All right, everyone. It's great to see all of you here. Yes, great to see everybody here at the Voice of College Football. I apologize that we're like 15 minutes late because I started this live stream and StreamYard screwed me. So I started this live stream at like 6:50. So anyway, we went live at 6:50, but I see now that it didn't roll. So first pick in of the second round. Here we go. Tampa Bay's on the clock, and the pick is in. And Super Bowl champion Simeon Rice at the podium. Okay. Here we go. Logan Hall, defensive end, Houston. All right. Once again, I apologize to everyone if you didn't hear what I had to say off the top. We started the live stream at 6:50. It should have been rolling at 6:50. I don't know why it took so long and why it didn't click in until 7:15, but here we are. That's all that counts. We're here now. Okay. Let's get some sound going with Mel.
He can really move. Fundamentally, still a little bit raw. Could get overmatched inside initially, but certainly when you think about the versatility he provides, think about the arm length, that could be a limitation. But a kid, once he is coached up, I think the D-line coach is going to be critical to Logan Hall's development. Logan Booger, talked about him a little more, but I think he's a raw talent. He's got upside. Logan Hall, mid-season, really starting to hit his stride at Houston. Okay, and so Logan Hall goes number one on this night. But gentlemen, here we go again. We have a trade.
Oh, we've already got a trade. The Packers have traded up to 34, and the pick's in. So they know what they want. All right, great to see everybody. Yakov 22. What might have a 21 to 22-year-old Mark Rogers wore on draft night as a first-round pick. Yeah, we talked about that last night, Yakov. Yeah. 21 or 22-year-old Mark Rogers was dressing dapper. You guys have no idea. You've not seen me as a dapper young lad. I've given up, apparently, obviously, I've given up here as a 50-something, as a 40-something. Pretty much after you have kids, I think that happens to a lot of us. You give up. You give up on fashion. So we've given up. Packers receiver. Falcon Rex, good to see you. I've got to shake it off because I'm still upset that I hit the live button at 6:50 and it didn't go. But we're all here now. We only have one pick in. Okay. Falcon Rex, super sticker. Falcon Rex. Falcon Rex is here. Falcon Rex, super sticker king. Love it. Thank you so much for that. Okay, Mel's talking. And I'm talking. That should not happen. He's pretty much the only guy in sports that I will not talk over, but I've been doing it.
They've done historically so well here in round two at that position.
Yeah, they have. And people will say, well, you know what? You're not going to get the same kind of immediate return on investment as you would if you had just re-signed Devontae Adams. Well, Devontae wanted to go to Las Vegas. Yeah. So they're going to have to do what they need to do here in order to try and fill a void for him. And I'll tell you this, there are some guys who I do believe will get up to speed very, very quickly, especially with a quarterback like this in an offense that really is much more dependent on the running game than you give him credit for. A lot of good value right here.
No rookie receiver has ever caught more than 38 passes from Aaron Rodgers. Special guest pickup for the Packers.
Thomas Hero. All right, the Pack. Any Packers fans out there? What are we wearing? What is that? What is the deal with we know the Cheeseheads? What is this deal? Aaron Jones, 5th round pick by the Packers in 17. Really good player.
The Green Bay Packers select Kristen Watson, wide receiver, North Dakota State.
Kristen Watson. They get Aaron Rodgers, a wide receiver, North Dakota State. North Dakota State, we were bragging about them last night. Many of you were talking about what would North Dakota State do against fill in the blank in the Power 5? How would they play in the Big 12? So Kristen Watson, second team FCS AP All-American. Let's watch the tape.
talk about Kristen Watson, and now I scouted his father and the son. This kid can go get the football. And the versatility as a piece.
Oh, is this Steve Watson's son? Is this Steve Watson's son of the Broncos? Maybe.
Kick returner, average over 20 yards a catch. During those career, the way he tracks the deep ball over the shoulder. You see the run after the catch ability. 6'4", 208 pounds with long arms, ran 4.36 and vertical 38.5. You see him there with the ball in his hands. He's a dynamic performer with that play, that quickness and change of direction. Kristen Watson had a heck of a career. No doubt about it. Aaron Rodgers is going to love this kid. I guess I'm just a little surprised that the Vikings will allow this to happen.
And many of you may ask, how can a receiver of this caliber get to Oklahoma State?
The real MVP, exactly. Where is Tim to keep track of the conference standings? Well, fortunately for the first two, we did have a Houston signing, so the American Conference gets back in there. The Wonderlic. That would be interesting to take the Wonderlic. I have not looked at it. Probably afraid to take it. Oh, yeah. Ronan. Ronan's in Discord. That should be the reason for everybody to get to Discord. Ronan's in Discord. Eric's in Discord. Tim's in Discord. Who else is showing up in Discord? Phenomenal that you're in Discord. So Ronan's here. He's in Discord. He's everywhere. He's overseas. Good to see you. Yes, Knowles and Jackson fan. Yeah, here. Okay. Here we go with Tennessee. The pick is in. Who do we have here? Billy White Shoes Johnson. Should I do my Billy White Shoes Johnson impersonation? Do you guys even know what I'm talking about? Oh, there it was. You know what? Hummus Hero and Yakov, I should post. That's what I'm going to do. This is my first draft note of the night, is that I'm going to post a picture from 1990 for you. Roughly 1990. We want to go with that. 1990, I was 22. Roger McCreary. Surprisingly, the SEC was able to sneak in a player here in the second round. Roger McCreary and Nakobe Dean still on the board.
This year, I thought he leveled off a little bit. He doesn't have the great length. Think about him probably more of a slot corner. You think about a guy who doesn't have top physical traits. What he compensates for that with is the technique, the footwork, the instincts, the consistency overall until this year, I thought was there. Not afraid to come up and make a tackle, throw his body around. I think when you go back and look at the Arkansas game, he was off the charts. Fantastic. He has some issues as well with quick guys in that slot. Think about his size. He doesn't have necessarily great recovery ability, doesn't have the great length. He's just a guy who knows how to play, gets the most out of his ability, maximizes everything he has, played a ton of football over Auburn. He's at one point in time back in August, September, he thought he's going to be a first round pick. But I think the year he kind of leveled off a bit, and he's not the guy who's going to test off the charts as well.
It's starting crazy again tonight. We've had 3 picks. We've already had 2 trades. The New York Jets have traded up with the Giants. They will make their...
Okay, keep in mind, everybody, that at 8 o'clock Eastern time, so in 37 minutes, we will have a West Virginia live show. I'm not going anywhere, but we are going to have a West Virginia live show at 8 p.m. Eastern time right here on the same channel. Right here on the main channel, West Virginia Live with Gold and Blue Dude. Also, Coos Walker is going to be there. Coos is going to be there. Gold and Blue Dude, West Virginia Live, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay?
So you partner with IBM Consulting to bring together data and workflows so that every driver and merchandiser can serve up jalapeno, sesame, and chocolate-covered goodness with real-time data-driven precision. Let's create supply chain.
Anyone new to the live chat tonight? Rob J., were you in here last night? I don't remember seeing you. Markel Hall. Good to see you. Looking for Nakobe Dean. We all are. Oh, man, Exploring with Ben. Had no idea, and he was pleasantly surprised. He was like, this made my night. Good to see you, Exploring with Ben and Sam. Hate to leave Sam out all the time, but it's kind of my shortened name for Exploring with Ben and Sam. Exploring with Ben. Mighty clever of me. Steve Bartkowski, his quarterback. Rob J. Yeah, you're in later years on that one with Billy White Shoes Johnson. Yes, Steve Bartkowski was his quarterback. Yeah, okay, in the 80s. But really, Billy White Shoes Johnson was Dan Pastorini. That was more of his heyday with the Oilers. Billy White Shoes Johnson, Dan Pastorini. But we'll take that as an answer. Well done. But I go more Dan Pastorini with Billy White Shoes Johnson. Joey, yes, we will get you a link for all that you do for us, Joey. Yes, honorary membership for Joey. You have no idea what Joey does for us. It's phenomenal. Helps us in so many ways. So I'll get you the Discord. You can bring a little West Virginia class to the Discord. The real MVP is keeping the secondary leaderboard, and then now let me spit this out. Let's see. Yes, 8 different SEC schools with a draft pick, with Auburn joining. Okay, got that out. Yakov, in your time at ESPN, did you ever hear about the origins of the pick is in chime? I'd love to know. Well, the pick in chime is the Sports Center. Is it not? There's a connection to Sports Center. It goes back to Sports Center. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what the original one sounded like. It's the same tune, but much like Jeopardy, much like game shows through the years, they will update it, they will change it, but they maintain the same tune. Same thing with the chime for the pick is in. But man, that's a great question. That is a great question. Exploring with Ben, it's not even close with the FCS. The mouth is not working tonight. The FCS still beating the Big 12. Darrelle Revis. Wow. Is he in the Hall of Fame yet? The Jets making picks.
The New York Jets select Breece Hall, running back, Iowa State.
Breece Hall, first running back off the board. There he is. Okay, there is the Big 12. The Big 12 drought is over. The long, arduous national crisis has come to an end. I'm going to go to the bottom of the chat, see what you guys are talking about. Odyssey Seuss. Did I finally figure that name out? Odyssey Seuss. Odyssey Seuss, 2002. I'm there. George is here. There's Breece Hall.
When he's out in the open field, he's got the kind of hands that you see right here and adjust to make plays down the field. Zach Wilson is going to love this. That kind of ability right there to make 2, 3, 4 defenders miss. Breaking arm tackles. Look, New York Jets fans. Jets, Jets, be happy. Just be happy. I think about it in this scheme, this zone scheme, where you get to come downhill and be patient and pick and choose and find your own.
The Jets are having a heck of a draft, huh? Easiest way to support the channel. Maybe the most effective way to support the channel would be to join Discord, though, and talk to Exploring with Ben and Sam. How about that? That would be the most effective. That would be the most fun way to support. Join the Discord on Patreon. Yeah. Yakov, you never disappoint bringing up obscure players from the past. Of course, I remember Mike Junkin. Number 50. I'm going to mess up the number. Was he 51 for the Browns? Clifford Charlton. Brown selection out of the University of Georgia. Clifford Charlton. Anybody? George? Anybody? Clifford Charlton, Florida. We've got a Baylor selection. The Big 12 is making its comeback. The Big 12 is letting us all know we're here. We play football. It's even tackle football at times. All right, the Big 12 chimes in with the safety and Jalen Pitre. I don't remember him. do not remember this player, but look at that play.
Rating it after the quarterback. Looks like a quarterback more than a safety. Active, alert, very opportunistic, and tremendously versatile. Doesn't have top size, but plays very big on game day. 18 tackles for loss, 7 pass breakup, 2 picks. That's a byproduct of terrific instinct, speed to the football, and being relentless in your approach. And being a guy who's a veteran now, he's had some huge games. BYU game was phenomenal. TCU game, Big 12 championship game, Oklahoma State. The consistency and the versatility of Jalen Petrie made him one of the better safeties in this draft, guys.
So you see the Texans have made 3 selections after the 2 yesterday. And
I'm guessing that the Houston Texans do not have a good secondary. I love the name dropping, Yakov. That is phenomenal. Love it.
Well, no doubt, and this could be a position, and Lewis talked about this, when you start to see players fire and you come up and get the player you want. We know they need a quarterback, and Malik Willis.
Hummus Hero is telling us that Chris Sims is down on Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Wow. Porter's here. Good to see you, man.
Very quarterback friendly as far as a lot of play action on first down. Get the quarterback outside the pocket. And that's exactly what he's going to do with Marcus. Yeah, 2010 in Tennessee when Ryan Tannehill took over. That's the kind of thing.
Joey, I'm going to have to remember to get you that link to Discord. Otherwise, shoot, I'm not going to be ready and off here for 3.5 hours. So
Seattle would be I thought a great landing spot for Malik Willis. So if you are targeting the quarterback, where's that number 7? We talked about the comparisons to Buffalo.
listen to Joey. Support the live shows by searching MarkRogersTV on Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App.
bear in mind the Falcons last year made the decision to bypass quarterbacks. They were sitting at number 4 last year's draft. It was 5 QBs playing in round 1. We wondered right up until the moment they were
Hummus Hero. Mark, this is off topic, but did you ever cross paths with Bino Cook during your time at the 4-letter network? I think Bino Cook was long gone. I started in 01. I don't remember him being around at that point. Google Bino Cook. Give us the years on Bino Cook. I think he was long gone by then. We might have crossed time at ESPN for a year or two, but I don't remember ever seeing Bino Cook. I would have liked to see Bino Cook. I was a big Bino Cook guy.
feel like the long-term solution. Now, that doesn't mean that he will not turn out to be. He's still a young player, and he came in with great promise. But this will be a sensible place to do it. Again, they trade up to make the thing here. We've seen a third trade already on this night. You see, it's a new era in the National Football League. Teams making these kinds of aggressive moves. So let's find out if this is the moment that Malik Willis is ready for. And we have as well. The pick is in. The Falcons have made the selection. Again, special guests have been making these picks all night long. Here comes the commissioner with a special crew of guests here as well.
On to the Falcons. And who do we have here?
To help make the Atlanta Falcons selection, we are honored to have with us the family of fallen hero, Army Second Lieutenant Clifford Valentino Gadsden Jr. Second Lieutenant Gadsden lost his life on this day, April 29, 2005, in Iraq. Go ahead, you take the bow. I got you. There you go. You guys saluted better now.
Porter, I'm watching ESPN because, as I explained at the beginning of last night, for one reason. We'll go two reasons. Number one, tradition, but mostly because of Mel.
I'm going to turn it over to Minerva, Gadsden's mother, a fallen
I am
hero.
DVRing the other two. Not that I'll ever watch it, but just in case I want to see something.
Okay, let's go. With the 38th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Arnold F. linebacker.
that was a tough one to give the non-professional there. He's thinking, okay, yes, that's a difficult one to pronounce. Ebikadi, Arnold Ebikadi, Big Ten on the board for the night. Where are we to real MVP? I think it's 13-8 SEC over the Big Ten.
That they gave to Micah Parsons the year before, so that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, strategic move to get ahead of Seattle to get a pass rusher, right? Instead of the quarterback. But McShay and I have been battling it out on Ebikadi for about 3 months now. Love the kid. I think this guy can get after the quarterback like just about anybody in this draft. He did it in Temple. He did it in Penn State. This is a kid that plays hard. Say, when they play the run that well, I thought he was more than adequate against the run. Gives you everything he had. James Franklin loved this kid. He's strong. He's powerful. He's athletic. And he has that knack that you cannot teach, you cannot coach, of getting after the quarterback. And not only getting after the quarterback, but finishing with the sack. So I'm Arnold Ebikadi fan. Love the kid. And he is a heck of a pick because he's as good a pass rusher as just about anybody in this draft.
All right, so we have had 7 picks made tonight. We've had 3 trades made tonight. The Chicago Bears are on the clock for what will be their first selection of this year's draft. We're back in Vegas in just a moment.
Okay, so Joey making his disclaimer as a Big 12 homer here. Remember, every Big 12 team was very young this year. Not a lot of attrition. Next year should be better in the draft. Thanks, Joey. Thanks, Joey. The Big 12 is typically young. They have young rosters in the Big 12 most years. Just about every year in the Big 12. A lot of young rosters. Talking Rex, with current NIL deals of $1 million per year in college, will players retire after college with $4 million in the bank and become YouTube stars like you? Then they could only hope to make the kind of money that I'm bringing in. You know, you multiply that many times. Bino was a Pitt guy, big Pittsburgh guy, Pitt Panthers. I believe he went to Pitt. Also like a big Pirates fan.
At Ace, your backyard is right in our backyard. So go to the place that delivers on top brand.
Rob, I believe it was 3 Heismans for Ron Paulus.
Curbside pickup or get what you need delivered today.
Roger Dodger, will OU have any players drafted this year, or did Lincoln Riley win with smoke and mirrors? Well, he took his quarterback with him and his best wide receiver, but they were young. Oklahoma, well, Nick Benito should go.
It helps you adapt your skills.
Nick Benito should go. I'm trying to think who else is going to go for Oklahoma. Us old timers are probably throwing people way off with our Bino Cook references. Thomas says that according to Chris Sims, the Jets got it the best, at best, the 6th most valuable receiver in the draft. We'll see. Remember Merrill Hodge at ESPN. Merrill Hodge was famous for saying that Mike Williams, I believe it was Merrill Hodge, or was it Sean Salisbury? I think it was Merrill Hodge who said that Mike Williams, the USC wide receiver, was going to be a Hall of Famer. Falcon Rex, Bino Cook was not the odds guy. You're thinking of Pete Axtell, possibly? Bino Cook was the historian. He might have brought up the odds. It's possible. But he was more historian. But that's possible. I don't remember him doing that.
This is their first selection of this year's draft. And Matt Forte, their old running back, is here to announce the selection for the Monsters of the Midway. So he'll make his way to the podium now as we continue in Las Vegas for the Bears selection. Here's Matt Forte working his way out onto the stage to make the pick.
Matt Forte, drafted 14 years ago.
2022 NFL Draft. Chicago Bears select DB from Washington, Kyler Gordon.
Another defensive back from Washington. Washington's problem was not defense last year. The offense was one of the worst in the Power 5. Kyler Gordon on the board for the Pac-12 to real MVP.
His name being selected, I don't see any reaction. Yeah, from him. Someone should write. Sebastian Mathis, you should know, is from the suburbs of Chicago, by the way. An extremely funny comedian. He didn't get to say much up there, but one way or another, what was they taking?
There you go. Yeah, look, this is a good job.
Oh, hummus hero.
Think of Matt Eberflus and what kind of team he ran when he was in Indianapolis.
Jameson is an Alabama Crimson Tide player. Just like Russell Wilson, counted as a Wisconsin Badger.
Played a lot with his hips open, fluid the quarterback, real good route recognition, real good finishing skills. He can play in the slot. You see him here, right here. We're talking about hips open. Play with vision to the quarterback. Play in the short zone. Bring it 2-1. Okay, break it on the 7. That's perfect. That's exactly what you're going to see the Chicago Bears play. Here, he can move inside. He can get up on the line of scrimmage now, play a little bit of a catch technique, meaning he's not going to hard press, but he's going to pick him up down the field, trail the wide receiver, and then make the PBU. He will force the run. You see it right here. He will put his hand on the football, knock it out. He is just a tough Matt Eberflus type of football player that they needed to pair with Jalen Johnson to get things going in the secondary in Chicago.
And when you look at the Bears, they gave up 31 TD passes last year. And this Matt Eberflus defense is not going to give up the big play. You talk about a corner that has great vision, really good ball skills, and he'll come up and tackle you. That is a typical Matt Eberflus corner. We're not going to ask you for that ton of man-to-man. He can do it, but we're going to ask you to key, flow, come up, and turn the football over.
Quite a few good corners still on the board here, including Alec Jr. from Clemson. Now, what do you think of this selection here of Gordon to Chicago?
And one thing that goes unnoticed, but it's huge, is he was named Special Teams MVP 2 years with the Washington Huskies. Lewis was talking about his physicality, so he can help you in a lot of ways. And I think when you look at the quarterbacks, the interim Booth Jr. coming off the sports hernia, had an inconsistent year in coverage, but he will come up and light you up. He will hit you, and he's got a ton of talent as well. So I think there's some corners here that we can see maybe coming off the board. Gordon, with Trent picked up at Washington. The only issue with both those kids didn't have the big-time numbers in terms of interceptions, but their ball skills are okay. Each had 2 career receptions only, but that special teams ability working in conjunction with the versatility of Kyler Gordon. He was at one point in time, even up till like a week ago, projected even in the late first round.
Yeah, I would like to have heard from Sebastian Maniscalco, but that, of course, is really neither here nor there for the purposes of the draft. Now, we may have a moment. The Seattle Seahawks have each of the next 2 picks, which is not something that happens.
We do need more likes.
But to be clear, for those of you who don't understand the way it works, if you use all of your allotted time, then the team that's behind you gets to jump in front of you. Well, the Seahawks are behind themselves. Right. So in this case, they could use all of the time for 2 picks and make both selections at once.
Seattle's got back-to-back coming up here. So we might have a wait here. Yakov 22, do you consider Jack Lambert to be the all-time best Golden Flash? Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, better than James Harrison, better than Josh Krebs, better than Julian Edelman, better than Antonio Gates. Yep, Yakov. Jack Lambert is safe.
You know that they needed offensive line.
and Golden Flash lore.
Right from the top of the run around, running for his life, taking too many hits. Some of it's his fault, some of it's offensive line fault. What else really was the hallmark of Pete Carroll's best teams? Pass rush, pass rush, pass rush. The 20th in pass rush win rate last year. They need somebody.
Mark, did you see the ESPN article of the basketball player who demanded additional NIL compensation or he would transfer? Yes. That's where we're going. That's where we're going with all this. So, should not be a big surprise. Desmond Ridder waiting.
This first pick they have here.
Howcar.
From Denver, one of the picks they got.
Howcar.
Then they have their own super quick now. What direction do you look?
Yeah, Joey, not a lot of sleep. Shouldn't have stayed up till like 4 a.m. and then turned around and got up at 8:30, something like that.
When will these quarterbacks come off the board? When will we have the second quarterback taken? Maybe it will be here. I see Roger Goodell making his way to the podium.
Hummus. You'll never have a 16-team playoff in college football. The most that could happen would be 4 teams in the next century, but after that, I'm dead, so who cares? Bino Cook. That's great. Seattle.
Linebacker, Minnesota.
You had it, Lewis. This kid can rush the passer. Great speed.
Really good player here. Row the boat. Row the boat. Row the boat. Row the boat. Boye Mafe. Well, he caused the turnover on Adrian Martinez. That's something, huh?
Good offensive lines basically shut him out. Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, Ohio State, Illinois. So he's got to work on everything it takes when he wants to play that position. Pass rush to become a little bit better, change of direction wise. That's up again. Defensive line coach, get the most out of Boye Mafe. He showed in the Senior Bowl 101 he can beat you. But in the NFL, it's a different ball game entirely. I guess that talented kid, some thought late first. I thought he was a little overrated at that point. Like I said,
Joey, hopefully you covered your eyes. Had a sack at the goal line against the Mountaineers in the bowl game. Next pick's in for the Seahawks. So they got the Minnesota linebacker, and now is the Big Ten closing in on the SEC here? The Big Ten closing in? Maybe.
It started to click for him, especially with the hand usage in pass rush. Hopefully he can continue that trend.
All right, the Seahawks have the second of their consecutive picks. Here comes the commissioner with the announcement.
With the 41st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Kenneth Walker, running back, Michigan State.
There's Kenneth Walker off the board, Michigan State.
Young man from Tennessee began his career at Wake Forest, played 2 seasons there, transferred to East Lansing, and oh, what an impact he made! Over 1,600 yards rushing, 18 touchdowns this year. Won the Doak Walker Award.
If our guy Jeremy Green, who joined us, the NFL draft nerd from ESPN Asheville, is accurate, he said players between 25 and 75, real close. Basically, the values are the same.
Michigan State. Look at there. You talk about a guy, tons of yards after initial contact. He is a tackle breaker, supreme, 5'9 1/4, low center of gravity, 2'11, 4.38 speed. And a guy who put together huge games, 23 carries for 260
Tukey
against Northwestern, against Michigan. 23 carries, almost 200 yards, 5 rushing touchdowns, most by any player.
Rob J. Rob J. Who do you root for? I forget. I apologize. I can't remember everybody's team. Who do you root for? What is PJ Fleck not doing? How many 9-4 seasons did they have at Minnesota? And his last full season before that was 11-2. He needs to produce what more?
We are 41 picks in. This is the first time since 2000.
Bino, 1988 quote, at the end of the season, only one team will be undefeated and be the national champions. That team is West Virginia, and his premonition almost came true. If it's a true premonition, then it either comes true or it doesn't come true. So if it's a premonition, then I think by definition it has to come true, or it's not a premonition. But I might be wrong there. Markel, the Big 12 is a gauntlet this year with JT at West Virginia and Adrian Martinez at K-State. Gauntlet. Rachel, thanks for showing up. Rachel, appreciate. Go Green. Rachel, thank you for joining the chat. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. I don't believe you've commented before, but you're happy with Kenneth Walker going off the board. Michigan State, where'd he go? I'm so focused sometimes on the player and the college and adding it to the conference tote board that I'm forgetting about where they go. Kenneth Walker. Anyway, I think this all gets recorded somewhere where we can look it up. I think.
Gillette, the best a man can get.
Tennille. Oh, man. Tennille, seriously? Georgia, was that not a spectacle last night? 5 defensive players going in the first round. That's unheard of. Thank you so much for that. Exploring with Ben, explaining to everybody. If you're new or haven't heard or just haven't done it yet, this is what we're doing. We got 34,000 subs here. And I know that not everybody that's subbed watches the videos, but there are a lot of people that are not subbed. Hopefully it's not you, but who are not subbed that watch the videos. Because maybe like 60% of the people that watch the videos are not subbed. So I'm trying to get a handle on who's watching. Meaning what fan bases are watching the most. What's our representation out there of fan bases? So please hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Anybody that's hearing me right now, and let's see, today we had a Nebraska fan reach out, an Ohio State fan, I believe a Texas fan, Michigan State fan, and a few others that reached out today. So thank you so much for that. And yes, hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Let me know who you root for. I am curious how long you've been watching, how you found the channel, and give us your college football story. Why do you love college football?
2022 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard.
Sorry, Joey. I was nitpicking. My bad. That's one of my faults in life. Sometimes I nitpick when it's not necessary. I do. There's the NFL in a nutshell right there. The Minnesota Vikings played 14 one-score games last year. I know Joey's going to leave us here in about 5 minutes because the West Virginia show is about to crank up. But Joey, thanks for being here. Good luck on the West Virginia show. Any Mountaineer fans or anybody that just wants to hear some really good West Virginia football talk, it's starting right here on the main channel. It's right on the front page. Troy V says, I used to like listening to Bino and the other guys on College Football Saturdays on ESPN radio back in the 90s. Used to work evenings on Saturdays back then and would be hungover. They got me through it. You were working and hungover. I'm not asking anything else about that situation.
that they impressed you?
Yes, he started with me on Kenneth running against Northwestern. Sitting in the comfort of his home and taking shots at us. Okay, here we go. The Vikings are ready to announce their pick, and a special visitor is here to make the call.
Ed Marinaro. I have not seen him in forever. He wasn't a color analyst. Ed Marinaro. Do you remember him? He was a big star on. He was an actor.
Finding a Viking purple sport coat is not easy. But I did it. And I hope you appreciate it.
Wow. This makes me feel ancient.
The of me being here was that 50 years ago, I was drafted by the Minnesota
50 years ago. So he's about 71 or 2.
I look pretty good for my age.
That's funny. Wow. Good old number 49.
At Cornell University, and Jim Finks, the general manager, called and told me, "Congratulations, son. You've been drafted by the Minnesota Vikings." And I got to be honest, they weren't on the top of my list for teams I wanted to be drafted by. In fact, there was only one team that I wanted to be drafted by less. But I'm not going to mention Green Bay. I see those cheeseheads over there.
Ed Marinaro is making this his own personal platform here tonight. He is taking over.
2 Super Bowls, and now, 50 years later, here I am in front of all you folks. This is really exciting for me.
All right, Ed. Time to get to it, buddy.
As a ex-former Minnesota Viking and former head coach at Blue Mountain State. Come on, we got to have some Goat fans.
This is just going on endlessly. This is when would somebody finally go up there and yank him off the stage?
I can read the card. She let me read the card.
I knew it was going to happen here at some point. And he's still up there. This is...
Anyway, with the 42nd pick,
Is this not priceless?
NFL draft, the Minnesota Vikings select defensive back Andrew Booth from Clemson.
Clemson? First Clemson player, right? Andrew Booth. That was phenomenal. That was hilarious.
Almost all of us thought he would be long gone by now. Our draft predictor only had a 24% chance that he would still be available at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I think the ball skills and the talent certainly, Brady, are evident with Andrew Booth Jr. Now, he had the sports party injury. He should be fine coming off that. But you expect that
Cheryl's in the house. I'm having a pretty good day. How are you? All right, Andrew Booth.
He will come up and he will smack you. He will hit you. Very aggressive corner. I think when you look at Andrew Booth Jr., some lapses in terms of concentration. He's always scared to see the striking ability. He will throw that body around. You think about the ball skills, pretty solid as well. He processes things quickly. I think when you look at Andrew Booth Jr., had he been more consistent, he'd have been a first-round draft choice with the talent he brings to the position. You saw it there, one-handed interception in the end zone. He has a remarkable talent.
Our guy, Jason Priester from allclemson.com, believes that Mario Goodrich is just as good a player at cornerback as Andrew Booth. Oh, the Giants. Let's get the picks in. The picks are coming now, as long as Ed Marinaro is not going to make another presentation. Miro. Does anybody know who this gentleman is?
The New York Football Giants select Wandale Robinson, wide receiver from Kentucky. Let's go.
The real MVP's on the board. Or he's off the board. On the board, off the board. Yes. Wandale Robinson via Nebraska. Do we give half to the Big Ten? No, it all goes to the SEC.
1,300 yards, both of those broke school records.
Electrifying with the ball in his hands, Grady. I tell you, elusive, so quick, so hard to tackle after the catch. You see it there. Yeah, he's a guy who
Doing this against the mighty Illini.
The passing game, get the ball in his hands. He's a space guy. Against Tennessee, he had 13 catches for 166 yards and a touchdown. Against Iowa, the Citrus Bowl, 10 catches for 107.
Wow, that was a beautiful catch.
Here's a guy who has that versatility as well. He can run different routes, short, quick passes, get it out to him, and he can make you miss a field, and he can go the distance with that game-breaking speed.
I got you, Jason. Nero was a New York-centric comedy TV show called Jesus and Miro. Okay.
New era of Giants football with the new administration and the new head coach, and you see the direction they're starting to take. We'll hear from the Browns for the first time in this draft.
DB Collins is here. Appreciate that, Buckeyes fan. And DB, of course, you're going to write me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail to let me know and to get the official count. All right, MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Promotion time. Who's your team? Please hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. We're keeping count. Please vote. Let me know who you root for. Who's your team? 34,000 subs. I want to get as many responses as possible from anybody who watches, not just your subscribers, but if you want to get your vote in and you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. Please subscribe. And yes, contact me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Let me know who your team is, how long you've been watching. You can tell me all sorts of things. Give me your college football stories, whatever you want. But let me know who you root for. I will release that tally here in a couple days again. Erica, she has responded. I believe Erica has contacted me at MarkRogersTV at Gmail to bring in her vote for the Iowa Hawkeyes. I believe, Erica, have you? Jimmy, good to see you. Browns finally on the clock. This is like the old Washington Redskins of the 70s who never used to draft because they traded all their draft picks for old players. Erica and Cheryl are going to have some girl talk right now. They're talking. Okay. Thank you, Erica. I appreciate it. And you will find out just like everybody else. I'm not going to overload your inbox or bother you or anything like that. None of that. No junk mail, nothing like that. We're just keeping a tally. Yes. Now, Q Exploring with Ben. He's not going to tell you that I am going to flood your inbox. It's a little joke between the two of us. 2 picks, Troy, for the Big 12. We've got a Baylor safety, Petrie, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but the number 1 pick out of the Big 12, Breece Hall, Iowa State running back. Thanks, Erica. Yes, the official count, Cheryl. I need the email. It's just easier to go through the emails and not have to gather it from all over the place. Plus, yes, at some point, would I ever use your email just to say, hey, we've got whatever. But no, you're not going to see emails from me like every week or even every month. The real MVP is just basking in this. So proud of Robinson. Thankful that someone that good would want to play for Kentucky. The other bad part is that he's going to the Giants. They need him. Think of it that way. Cleveland traded it down. So the Texans are going to select. If you want to hear some West Virginia football talk, right here on the Voice of College Football on the main page, you can select the West Virginia live stream. It's on right now.
The Houston Texans select John Mechie.
Oh, John Mechie.
Alabama.
Caught 96 last year, if I remember correctly.
Tore his ACL in the SEC title game blowout win over Georgia. That was December 4th. So as you calculate the recovery now, you figure that in. But he had an enormous year, 96 catches, over 1,100 yards now, and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, therapists and trainers at the Andrews Institute, they think he will be ready possibly for training camp. Great news for John Mechie III coming back from that injury quickly. This is the guy that prior to the injury, he talking about putting up big numbers. The game against Georgia was hurt. He already had 6 catches. Tennessee, 11 catches. Arkansas, and Auburn with Jameson Williams ruled out in the second quarter. He had 13 catches. These 2 kids were uncoverable. Jameson Williams, John Mechie III, both though injured. Mechie III in the SEC title game against Georgia. Jameson in the national title game. Can you imagine if they had those 2 kids on the field the entire game, the national title game? How may have been a little bit different, right? John Mechie III, quick out the slot. He gave some good defensive
Looks like the guys aren't doing the West Virginia live stream here tonight.
Well, Greedy, we wondered when they were going to get Davis Mills some help on the offense, a playmaker guy. They can give quarterbacks best friend. He's helping. I love John Mechie because he's sudden. He understands.
G Bama boy loves it.
And his second step out of his break is outstanding. If he gets back to full strength, they found a guy that can play inside and outside. Ideally, he's the best fit in the slot, but he can do both of us. Look, Brandon Cook was their number 1 receiver last year. He had 90 receptions.
It just means him 79. Actually, I've got like 15 moderators. I've got about 15. Some of them don't show up. Oh, man. Exploring with Ben's on the prowl tonight. Love it. Deerfield Knoll, thanks for being here.
This is kind of like exactly the kind of pick that you want. Some people don't believe in Davis Mills. He didn't have a whole lot to work with. He didn't have a real good run game to work with, and he had 1 wide receiver. They had to get him something else if they want this kid to take the next step.
So we had 6 receivers taken last night in round 1. We've already had 3 taken, and we are not yet through half of round 2 to this point. Now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. What direction are you looking?
Yeah, we're getting to the meat of the draft. The glitz, the glamour, the show. The periphery fans gone.
We got an interesting kid. He's going to go at some point. And I want to bring his name up now. It's David Ojabo because he would have been a top 15 pick in the first round, guaranteed for the kind of year he had. And the NFL, Lewis was talking about the improvement the guys show, right? The improvement from game 1 to the end of the year for Ojabo with a limited football background was remarkable. There you see him tearing his Achilles at his pro day. What a shame. But to see him now possibly in round 2 and getting on the field, if he has to redshirt this year, it's well worth it. He's a phenomenal young man. He's going to work as hard as anybody on your football team. You can't coach or teach the instincts he brings to that pass rush ability off the edge. That's a knack. He has it despite the inexperience in football. And it's coached by Mike Mcdonald. Where's Mike Mcdonald now? Mike Mcdonald's the defensive coordinator with the Baltimore Ravens. Nobody knows.
There you go, Rob J. I love Kuiper. Love him.
David Ojabo, here's his name called very, very quickly because he's not only a great football player, he's a tremendous young man, and that was a tragedy what happened in his program.
You know, Mel, you mentioned David Ojabo. I'll give you another somebody that they might not have to wait on from Oklahoma, Nick Benito. A guy that looks like a Raven. A guy that can come off the edge, 6'3", 245. He's versatile. He can rush the pass. He can drop in coverage. Just fits like what the Ravens do.
I'll tell you this though about Ojabo. You said if you told me that he had only been playing football since 2017, and then watching the variety of pass rush moves he has, which I think young players are better than ever as far as coming into the league prepared to rush the passer, I would have told you you're crazy. This kid can rush.
The Ravens are ready. Here comes their selection.
With the 45th pick in the 2020
Matt Stover.
The Baltimore Ravens select David Ojabo, linebacker, Michigan.
They were talking Ojabo. There he goes to Baltimore. And Mike Mcdonald.
Obviously changed everything. He had an unbelievable year. Look at that moment for him and for his family. 11 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, pure pass rusher. You mentioned he's not been playing football a long time. He was born in Nigeria when he was 7. His family moved to Scotland They didn't come to America until he was 17 years old. So, Lewis, he never played a down of football until 2017. Were it not for the injury, he certainly would have heard his name called last night.
Oh, there's just no question. You can see the growth from game to game, even from quarter to quarter. You can see him start to figure it out as far as reading offensive tackle sets. The guy heavy, it seems like. What can I work him with? Do I need to keep going high side? Do I need to come back inside? You saw him in the run game, closing down on Fuller, using his hands to set the edge right there against an offensive tackle. You could see it start to click for him as he got more and more reps. Right there, you see it was a push pull. Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean, that's what you kept seeing with him. Now he's likely to take a redshirt year in 2022. There's the inside spin move. I'm telling you, when he gets back healthy and hopefully he can get his explosiveness back, they may have hit on something there.
Really, I've never met him, but I bet he can dance because he got loose hip. He got that ability to drop and sink his hip. As a pass rusher, when you run and turn the corner, you have to be able to dip your inside shoulder, but the inside hip has to drop also. That's how you run the arc and get to the quarterback. He can do that. So happy for this young man. One of the most explosive players, not just pass rushers, but the most explosive players in this draft.
Now let's mention one other connection. Of course, he was coached in college.
Seems like we've got a closer race between the SEC and the Big Ten. Seems like it's getting closer.
No question about it. When you think about Deangelo, the master of the strip sack, creating the strip sack, 5 of the forced fumbles, and the way he came on and the attitude he brings for a team that has Oweh, and then if they didn't have the redshirt, they have Oweh, Deangelo coming off the edge and a liberating pass rush.
TJ Duckett.
Are ready with their next selection. Here's Detroit.
Kirby's. Well, the Big Ten is hanging in there against the SEC.
46th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Josh Pascal, defensive end, University of Kentucky.
Kentucky. There you go, to real MVP. Kentucky with 2.
Pascal is the only 3-time full-season captain in school history. Inspired by what he has overcome, he was diagnosed with a malignant melanoma on his foot in August.
Yeah, I love Kuiper.
Went through treatment.
Love him.
Back on the field in November of that year. He is long since cancer-free now. Had a terrific redshirt senior season, 5 sacks, first team all SEC. And so a terrific moment for him and his family as he's drafted around 2 level.
I'm going to keep the board on the SEC, the Big Ten, well, all the conferences. But I want to see Josh Pascal first.
But I just love the physicality. Scheme burst over to play 4-3, 4-3-4. He will bring a level of toughness and physicality to the organization.
Yeah, the versatility is key here for sure. As a matter of fact, he'll play anything from a 1 to a 9. He'll be facing the center. Next thing you know, he's out in space. He'll be in a 2-point. He'll be in a 3-point. I like him inside. I think he's more instinctive inside as a pass rusher, and his body type probably fits as a 3 technique more so than outside. But great character. Look, a 3-time team captain. That's big time in college football, especially in the SEC. And the Lions need pressure as far as pass rush is concerned.
They're going to get after the quarterback now, adding Hutchinson and Pascal with a speedy receiver sandwiched in between after the trade up yesterday. We continue with a moment. It's round 2 of the NFL Draft on ESPN.
Okay, guess we're going to have to count this up.
Verizon is going
So,
and now you can too. The offer you just can't miss. For a limited time, get a 5G phone on us. Delightful. With no trade-in required. Love it. What's not to love? Verizon is going ultra, so you can get more.
You found me.
draft tracker.
Nice suits. You guys blend right in.
We'll need you back.
Where are we?
You know this.
People have their money just sitting around doing nothing.
That's bad. They should
Come on. Why is it taking so long?
They're taking financial advice from me.
No, that's not getting me anywhere. Let's try this one.
Good to have you back, old friend. Yeah, eyes on the road, Benny.
Welcome to a new chapter in investing. E-Trade, now from Morgan Stanley. I used to eat cake batter. My mom always said it's like the beaters. Oh, the beaters. But you know I always turn them off first. That's good.
Yeah. Sonic brownie batter and yellow cake batter shakes.
Can I not just find a draft tracker? Is that impossible?
Disease, reducing cholesterol can be hard, even when you're taking statin being active. But you can do hard. You lived through the blizzard of '96. 12 unappreciative bosses, 17 fad diets, 5 kids, 3 grandkids, 1 heart attack, and 18 passwords.
Where's the draft tracker?
Now with Lectio, you can lower your cholesterol.
Oh my word.
Even with a statin, Lectio is proven to
This should not be hard.
by over 50% and keep it there with 2 doses a year. Common side effects of Lectio were injection site reaction, joint pain, urinary
Order.
diarrhea, chest cold, pain in legs.
No.
With Lectio, lowering cholesterol becomes just one more thing.
I'm simply looking for a draft tracker. Why is this so difficult to find?
Meet Renee, Bank Manager and Mom of the Year.
There we go. Round by round picks. So, round 1. Round 1 was SEC 13, right? Guess I'm going to have to do this myself. And the Big Ten had how many first round? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Yeah, the SEC had the SEC had maybe 12 in the first round. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 to 7. And let's do it like this.
What's up, everybody? With the 47th pick of the 2022 draft, the Washington Commanders select for Darren Mathis, D-tackle, Alabama.
By Darren Mathis off the board.
For Darren Mathis, the young man from Louisiana is big, 6'4", 310. Team captain last year, 9 sacks for the Crimson Tide. And Lewis, your old coach, Nick Saban, raves about his leadership and his football IQ.
That's exactly what really elevates his profile right now. He can play inside that 3-4, he can play the 4, he can play on the nose. Washington has already invested a ton in their defensive line. Okay, it underperformed last year. Obviously, Chase Young was not there. Jonathan Allen was their best defensive player by far. Montez went in and out. But Darren Mathis is not a guy who's going to really impress you as far as his athletic is concerned, but he will impress you with his consistency. He will impress you with heavy hands.
ACC Pac-12.
He will power just like he did right there as far as resetting the line of scrimmage against the run and maybe getting the bull rush and pushing the pocket against the pass.
Yep.
Just a solid fundamental pick for Washington.
Without a doubt. He understands
how to control
especially inside top. Doesn't have quite the pass rush he would get when they're coming, but he can be physical.
Okay, I think I got the first round. 12 and 7 is 19, 21, 25, 29, 30, 32. Okay. Okay, next round. I'm keeping the board.
In Louisiana. Well, I know that touches your heart. He's from Monroe, Louisiana, which is also the hometown of NBA legend Bill Russell. So how about the selection here, fellas? He heads to Washington.
SEC Big 12.
Not just the first and second down players. The pass rush going to be good enough in this league where you throw it all over the place. I'm a little surprised, guy, that Travis Jones, Connecticut, hasn't heard his name called. We've seen Logan Hall. Now we've seen Mathis. Perrion Winfrey, Oklahoma.
The Big 12.
Travis Jones was an underrated kid in Connecticut. Had he played, say, in Ohio State, I think he was going a lot higher. I think he was going under the radar. He got sacked for us.
2 Big 10, and the Big 10 ACC.
Here's a kid kid that's going to be a nice addition.
10 ACC,
Let's see, the Bears have made their pick. We'll have the announcement about
2 SEC, and then
corner earlier today. They need some offensive weapons, I would think, for the young
the
quarterback.
Big Ten. And now 2 more from the SEC. It's SEC 17, Big Ten 11, Pac-12 5, ACC 5, American 3, Big 12 2, FCS 3. There you go. Maybe I'll keep track of that. Keep going. That's through pick number 47. Maybe I'll stop counting. Always on the job. Always, Tennille, on the job. Timmy, where are ya? Oh, come on, Harry. Mel. He built this cottage industry. All right, the Bears are on the clock. They get the pick in. Sean Evans.
With the 48th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, defensive back,
Penn State. Okay, the Big Ten. 17 to 12. Dyer's letting us know that no Tennessee players expected to be drafted until Matthew Butler in the 3rd round. Go Vols. Your future's bright, though, Dre. Or Dyer. I'm sorry. Dyer. Looks like Dre to me. Dyer. Exploring with Ben. Trying to take the edge off.
He's also able to get into the back end, read the quarterback, make plays on the football. So really a versatile safety. He's not just within the box type. 3rd Penn State defensive back since 2000, reportedly 5.5 tackles for loss in the season. He had 64 stops on the year, 5 pass breakups, and intercepted 2 passes. Had a nice year from start to finish. Solid football player, and he tested pretty well in terms of the overall numbers you want to become a 1st or 2nd round pick. No mocks, nobody projected him into 1st, but he looked like a solid 2, and here he goes.
So the Bears have had 2 selections, and they've gone on the defensive secondary, with each of them taking Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker. The Saints are on the clock. Will we hear a quarterback's name called here? We've only had one so far. Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati is waiting to hear his name.
Saints are next.
From North Carolina, waiting to see where he will be drafted. And of course, the name
Kirby's Pfizer.
There as well. The Saints will make their pick next. It's round 2 of the draft on ESPN.
You're watching the 2022 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
Hummus, I saw that list for the 1st round. California had the most, 5. Then it was Florida and Texas. It was pretty standard. Georgia.
We offer curbside pickup or get what you need delivered today. This is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go.
What is the knock on Nakobe Dean? There's got to be something on this guy. Why can't he transition to the NFL and be the same superstar player? Do I drink? Socially a little bit, typically with a female. Otherwise, nah. So yeah. Pow car. Appreciate you, man. I always thought, yeah, that's a 1. Yeah, it's Pow car. For a second, I thought I screwed that up. Thought it might be Carl. Pow car. Appreciate you, Rob. All right. Shameless plugs here. Monday night, because it's my beautiful daughter's birthday and we're going out on Monday. I don't know how late it's going to be, but Monday late, I may be on for like 45 minutes. Might be on for 3 hours. I might be on for 10 hours. Whatever it takes. We're talking about the channel. So if you're here for college football, as you probably are, don't care about the channel, that's fine. We will deliver college football. So, but on Monday night, when you see that live stream and see channel update, channel workshop, know that we are not talking about college football. It's all about the channel. Okay? That's going to be on Monday night. On Tuesday at noon, listen up. Tuesday at noon is going to be a fun live stream. We've got Pigskin Pete. We've got Jason Priester from All Clemson. We got DeAndre coming on to talk Clemson football. Live stream Clemson, noon, Tuesday. Gee, Bama boy, I have a question. Why do the guys from smaller Division 1 and 2 become the best players in the NFL? They don't become the best players in the NFL. That's an aberration. Gee, Bama boy, I understand. You're cycling through your mind and you're thinking about lower division players that became great players. And yes, it happens, of course. Walter Payton, Jerry Rice, I get it. But no. Go to the all-time rushing list. Let's go to the all-time rushing list. Okay? The NFL's all-time leading rushers. I guess, I bet that they're all from large schools, almost all of them. Emmitt Smith, Florida. Walter Payton, Jackson State. Frank Gore, Miami. Barry Sanders, Oklahoma State. Adrian Peterson, Oklahoma. Curtis Martin, Pitt. LaDainian Tomlinson, TCU. Jerome Bettis, Notre Dame. Eric Dickerson, SMU. Tony Dorsett, Pitt. Jim Brown, Syracuse. Marshall Faulk, San Diego State. Edgerrin James, Miami. Marcus Allen, USC. Franco Harris, Penn State. Thurman Thomas, Oklahoma State. Fred Taylor, Florida. Steven Jackson, Oregon State. John Riggins, Kansas. Corey Dillon, Washington. O.J. Simpson, USC. LaShawn McCoy, Pitt. Warwick Dunn, Florida State. Ricky Waters, Notre Dame. Jamal Lewis, Tennessee. Thomas Jones, Virginia. Tiki Barber, Virginia. Eddie George, Ohio State. Marshawn Lynch, Cal. Otis Anderson, Miami. Ricky Williams, Texas. Quentin Portis, Miami. Do I rest my case? Alante Taylor, Tennessee, safety. That would be pick number 48. I think I'm keeping up. 48, 49. I think I missed the last couple. All right. So I understand what you're saying, G Bama boy, but those are aberrations. I just read off the top 30-some rushers in the history of the NFL, and almost every one of them played at a large school.
First of all, as I said, corner, safety, special teams. You think about top flight length, speed for the position he has, change of direction isn't great, which leaves a little separation.
All right, the defensive end list. What are we going to do? Sacks? I'm not going to be amazed, G-Bama boy, because I know what the list is. Understand that I know NFL history better than I knew college football history. Yes, I know what the list is going to be. Yes, there's going to be Too Tall Jones, and there's going to be Michael Strahan with small school. Yeah, there are going to be some small school guys. But again, most of them are going to be big school play. Maybe if you would have said defensive end list, you didn't say defensive end list. You said all-time greats. Where's sacks? Sacks.
Who is an absolute
Sacks.
maybe one of the best slot corners in the NFL.
He's in that mold. Physical, tough.
Can't find the list for sacks. Oh, maybe this is all offense? I don't know. I'll find it somewhere. All-time sack leaders. We ready for this one? All-time sack leaders. Bruce Smith, Virginia Tech. Reggie White, Tennessee. Kevin Green, Auburn. Julius Peppers, North Carolina. Chris Dolman, Pitt. Michael Strahan. Now, he went to a small school. It was Texas Southern, right? Jason Taylor, Akron. Not an FCS school or division. You said Division II. Terrell Suggs, Arizona State. DeMarcus Ware, LSU. Richard Dent. He went to a small school. John Randall. Somebody help me out on John Randall. Jared Allen, John Abraham, LT, North Carolina. Leslie O'Neal, Oklahoma State. Ricky Jackson went to Pitt. Derek Thomas, Alabama. Dwight Freeney, Syracuse. Look up all NFL career players. What does that mean? All NFL career players. I have no idea what that even means. DeMarcus Ware went to Troy. Yes, thank you. Yes, he did. I'm thinking of who did he play with that went to LSU on the other side? J.J. Watt, Wisconsin. Yes. So even this list. So the great majority of great NFL players played at major schools. It's not even close. Marcus Spears. Thank you, Rob J. Marcus Spears. Who's on ESPN. He does a nice job. Yes. Out of the great players in the history of the NFL, most of them played at large schools. It's not even close. Look up nose tackles. We're missing the draft. I'm missing the draft. You're not missing the draft. I'm missing the draft. Looking up stuff to prove my point. Missed Mel.
Yeah, look, he really doesn't care what everybody else thinks about players either. I mean, this is all about what do we need on our football team, and the character plus the physical traits, they better match up because I coach guys and demand of them in a way that not many teams do. So whoever this is, trust me, he fits that profile for him. I wouldn't be shocked to see him go with speed on offense. There is need to be a faster football team, a faster, more explosive playmaking football team on both sides of the ball. Speed and versatility.
Non-skill players. No, they didn't come from a small school. The best didn't come from small schools.
The Dolphins have been very aggressive this offseason, making the move, particularly for Tyreek Hill. The Jets have been aggressive. They've made 4 picks already here, including 3 in round 1. So there is some ground to be covered here.
Mike 3883, we need a Mark Rogers talent board showing who the best player is left from each Power 5, like a Mel Kiper board. We need a lot of things here. All sorts of things. Man, if I could do this the way I want to, and if I could clone myself about 18 times, oh man. I am going to do my best to deliver better content. Going to do my best. But we're going to do our workshop on Monday first.
Joining me today to announce the New England Patriots second-round pick is Ben Leppard.
Hey, Ben.
Let me know, Ben. Ben told Make-A-Wish his wish was to be able to announce the draft pick for his hometown team, the Patriots, 6 times. After battering over and covering McCreary, I know this is going to be a piece of cake. I want to thank the NFL, Robert Kraft, for making Ben's wish come true. Okay, Ben, let's make your wish come true. Let's get it.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 50th pick to the New England
It's got some pipes.
With the 50th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver, Baylor.
That was beautiful. That was phenomenal. Did you hear him deliver that? That was great. Tyquan Thornton, good Baylor wide receiver.
Deep into the third round, but he's big and physical out of Baylor. What do we think of this addition here for New England now?
What do you think about Tyquan Thornton? 6'2" and change, 181. Can run, can fly, and that 36.5 vertical. So when you look at the speed and you look at the production this year, led the Baylor Bears with 62 catches and 10 touchdown receptions. Had a career high 187 yards and 2 touchdowns on 8 catches against West Virginia. Had a couple really strong games. The attention getter was that sub-4.4 at the combine. More than just a speed guy. He snatched the ball with his hands. Good body control. He's got that slender frame, but he's still going to go across the middle and make a catch and take a hit. He was a willing blocker in the Oklahoma game, I thought.
Junior Seau, Southern Cal, yes. John Randall, yes. I should know this. Transferred to Texas A&M. John Randall? Did he? Did he really? John Randall. I'm still missing Mel. What am I doing? But I do not remember John Randall being at Texas A&M.
But I think a lot of people are a little surprised with where each of these two faces are on your screen.
Yep. Texas A&I. Texas A&I, John. Not Texas A&M. Texas A&I.
For Belichick in New England. The Eagles are on the clock next. They made the big deal yesterday. Where do they go? We'll find out right after this.
Yes. There you go. It was Texas A&M Kingsville at the time. Texas A&I is what it's listed now. That came back to me. It's okay, John. You know how many times I say things that I really meant something else, and I say something, and then somebody says, Mark, you just said that. And I'm like, well, I know better. I knew that that player went to that school or did something. Yeah. Ferris, who were the last 2 Heisman Trophy winners to win a Super Bowl? Well, let's think about that. The last couple Heisman Trophy winners, let's see, Devontae Smith in 20. Joe Burrow almost won a Super Bowl, didn't win the Super Bowl. 18 was... Okay. Kyler Murray, Baker, 16. Okay. Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry. Huh. Who were they? We got Marcus Mariota. We've got Jameis Winston, Johnny Manziel. Mark Ingram, 2009, correct? Cam Newton lost the Super Bowl.
Because I do. Okay, that was awesome.
RG3 did not win a Super Bowl. So Mark Ingram, 09. Tebow, Bradford, 06, Troy Smith, 05. Dun, dun, dun. Where are we? Young Reggie Bush. Reggie Bush won one with the Saints. They were both Saints players. Reggie Bush and Mark Ingram. Right?
$6 for the best kind of wings.
ahead with the best kind of celery sticks. Crinkle fries. Arby's, we have the
No, Ferris. I just told you who the last two players. It wasn't Charles Woodson. The last two Heisman Trophy winners to win a Super Bowl.
She knew it would be the battle of her life. Now I'm using every muscle in my body to make sure she doesn't fight it alone. This is my cause and my pledge to you all.
It depends on, well, Woodson played for the Raiders. He won a Super Bowl with the Packers. It depends how did you mean the last Heisman Trophy winner to win a Super Bowl, meaning the Super Bowl was the most recent, or the most recent Heisman Trophy winners? I was counting the most recent Heisman Trophy winners to win a Super Bowl. Mark Ingram was not there in New Orleans. Oh, that's right. He was still with Bama in 2009. So maybe it was Woodson. And so who after Woodson? Not T. Martin. 98 was, so it was Woodson 97. Then you had Ricky Williams, Ron Dane, Winky Crouch, Cam Jurgens off the board from Nebraska. Nebraska fans, DBR. Love that one.
The guys up here love this pick. Started every game as a freshman.
Bush, Leinart. Good call. Sorry about Ingram. My bad. Yeah, the Saints won it his last year with the with Bama. I want to see some Cam Jurgens.
Center in this draft at almost 6'3", over 300 pounds with long arms. There's up that Tyler Linderbaum, the short arms. I'm not worried about it, but he has long arms. So no question about that. With Cam Jurgens, 25 reps.
Must be Woodson and Bush. The last two.
You know he's an athlete. Track and field, discus, and shot put as well. In Nebraska, he gets better and better. He's a guy who proved he could be an anchor on an offensive line for a long time. Solidified that second.
No, you're talking about those aren't the last two, Ferris. Those are the last two Michigan players.
He's got a guy to learn from. They think about Cam Jurgens, second-round pick. They had a history of this spot for a while now, and he could be a guy that can step right in very quickly in his career, technically sound, and a guy that has a lot of physical ability.
All right, we're going back to the podium. The Steelers are back on the clock. They are ready to make their next pick here in round number 2.
Oh, going with the technicality, and Reggie Bush gave up his Heisman. Got it. Because then after Desmond Howard in 91 was
It's my honor to welcome the 52nd pick in the 2022 NFL
Toretta, Ward, Salam, George Pickens. George Pickens is off the board to the Steelers. Eddie George played in the Super Bowl, did not win. And then Danny Werfel. Got it. Yes. If you count the Bush situation, very good, Ferris. Very good.
Yeah, you have to go back to 2020 to really get a feel for him. Obviously, he only played very
Starbuck? Roger Dodger. You should be able to get with your name, you should be able to get Roger Staubach's name correct there.
You see it. He can just go ahead and he can track that ball along the sideline. And he's a guy who will catch it in his hands, as you see right there. He's going to turn into a runner very quickly on the short stuff.
Let's watch some George Pickens.
He's going to get his foot to the ground. He's going to go. That's one of the things that you know Pittsburgh is going to emphasize. Short passing game, catch in front people on the outside. The guys that play for him like him. Nice pitch.
And simply put, this guy has first-round talent. If he knew more about Houston history and he would have played more, he would have been a first-round pick.
All right, we're going back to the podium. The Colts are ready with their selection.
With the 53rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati.
All right, Louis Riddick is smiling, and somewhere so is Matt Ryan. Alec Pierce caught 106 balls for over 1,800 yards and 13 touchdowns in 45 college games. It's the athleticism, I know, that has you excited. His mom and dad both went to Northwestern. That's what has me excited. Lucas, how about Alec Pierce?
Yeah, he's a very, very smart individual, obviously. He's got great teams. Look, the Jordy Nelson comparison is easy for me, and that is winning down the field in contested situations if he needs to, but he can't run by you. So don't get it twisted. This guy has legit 4.4 speed. Jordy was one of the very best at doing that, using his hands, being physical at the catch point, going up and winning those 50-50 balls with corners who sit there going, what happened to him? At one time, Jordy was not for being a great red zone threat, which people thought that's where all the production comes. Well, the red zone is situational football, something
showing Jordy Nelson in the Super Bowl.
Really specializes with, and that's something that Indianapolis will need him for. Look, him and Michael Pittman together is going to be phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Because now you got two 6'3" guys. One of them runs 4.4. You see the comparisons right there. What a sweet draft choice right here for Chris Ballard. And if you're Matt Ryan, you're right, you're going. Here we go.
And for the Colts' new wide receiver coach, Reggie Wayne, it's important that he can coach this young man and get him ready to play because they need production from that position.
So you mentioned his new quarterback is cheering for him. That's Matt Ryan. His old quarterback was cheering for him as well. Desmond Ridder waiting to hear his own name called, but he was
Okay. Pick it to Pickens.
Round 2 on ESPN.
Jordy Nelson, right, Rob? Yeah, Jordy Nelson was fun to watch. Tim Brown. We're talking about Heisman winners. You guys are going nuts on Heisman winners now. Another Heisman winner that played in the Super Bowl did not win a Super Bowl.
Introducing the first ever
Exploring with Ben is snuffing out that presidential debate.
Eddie's, your backyard is right in our backyard. So go to the place that delivers on top brands.
Walker has to be the worst number 1 pick since 2013. Walker. Herschel Walker. Kenneth Walker was the number 2 pick. Kenneth Walker.
Brings you the Select Cut mower, built to exceed the power of gas. Customized to cut with Ego's revolutionary dual blade cutting system with 3 interchangeable blades. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it cuts for over an hour on a single charge. And TouchStrive self-propelled technology makes it effortless. The Ego Power Plus Select Cut mower, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Join our Discord. So what you're doing right now in the live chat, you can do all the time. 24/7, 365. Talk college football with everybody. Right there, we've got about 55 in the Discord right now. Imagine if we get this baby humming to 100, to 500, to 1,000. Just tons of people talking about whatever teams you want to talk about. Join us on Discord, talk college football all the time. Sign up on Patreon. As soon as you sign up on Patreon, which gives you all sorts of other benefits, then we get you the link and you can go to Discord and talk college football every day. I check in every day on Discord to join in the conversations. And speaking of Patreon, we're doing our scheduled previews per request over on Patreon. And I just got a request today on Michigan State. Who did that come in from? I don't remember who left that Michigan State request. So if you want to see a Michigan State scheduled preview on Patreon.
I'll get my onesies.
E-Trade, now from Morgan Stanley. Don't just disconnect when you reconnect.
Exploring with Ben.
Faster internet with Optimum Fiber. Our new 100% fiber internet network. You can also
Ferris, which team has had the most players drafted in the first round of the NFL draft? Ferris, do you really want to hear this answer?
And when you're finally settled in, you'll stay entertained with your favorite live and streaming TV.
Hey, Joey. I didn't think that you got the West Virginia live stream fired up. Can you hear me, Joey? I just checked. I don't see it on the main channel here.
We're back in our aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive it takes to travel from the roads of college to the pros and beyond. Goodyear, more driven as young men continue to navigate that road to the NFL. The Kansas City Chiefs pick is in as we work our way through round number 2. We will see what direction
Let's see here.
go after what has been a busy offseason for them. Of course, the most notable move, Tyreek Hill being traded away to Miami. And I see a Chiefs legend.
Yes, I do not see. Joey, I do not see. Can you hear me? Joey, I do not see the West Virginia live stream on the main channel. Tony Gonzalez. That boy could play. Thanks, Ferris. Sky Moore, Western Michigan wide receiver. Give one for the MAC.
That's exactly right. 5'9.5", ran a 4.4. Mel, last month you called him the most underrated player in the draft at any position. Let's have a look at tonight's prospect resume, brought to you by Indeed. Impressive tape of Sky Moore. You saw it not just in the MAC, but against Pitt. You saw it every week in the Mid-American Conference. So about the frame, 5'9.5", 195, 4'4", 134 to have vertical, but he's a football player. And I think the people say slot, he can go outside. He got yards after the catch, really impressive. He stiff arm, you see the physicality, you see him make defenders miss after the catch. He attacks the football, he's explosive, gets easy separation on his release. He had 95 catches for over 12, almost 1,300 yards this past year and 10 touchdowns. Sky Moore, a whale of a football player. What he did in the Mid-American Conference, Northern Illinois game, he had 12 catches for 206 yards and 4 touchdowns. I referenced the Pitt game, he had 11 catches, 124 yards, and a touchdown in that game. Sky Moore for the Chiefs. They went defense with McDuffie and then Karlaftis. Then you get a receiver could help them. Just to clean one thing up, and I'm going to shortchange Tyquan Thornton went to the Patriots. I said some 4-4, some 4-3.
Any other MAC picks? It's a good question. MAC picks. I don't think so. I think that might be the first MAC pick. Aeneas Williams. This guy's got a big mouth, but man, he was a great player. Obviously, Hall of Famer. Trey McBride, Colorado State. Get the Mountain West on the board.
This young man just had 90 catches, over 1,100 yards. A unanimous All-American, won the Mackey Award as the country's top tight end.
Yeah, Green, let's start with this. He's a 3-down tight end. We talk about 3-down players. He can play all 3 downs. The first and second down, if you want to run the football, he can be in that wide spot with tight end that lines up right next to the tackle. I can come off, I can block his in. He's not going to dominate the blocker, but he's competitive. He'll stick his nose in there, and he'll do it. But if you want to flex him out, you want to motion, you want to split him out and say, hey, we need you to work the middle of the field and dominate and make sure you turn your numbers around where the quarterback can get you the football. He is a really good receiver that can come across the middle, the most complete tight end in this draft. Can run block, can pass, he can get open and greedy. There's a reason he's going 1,000 yards in Colorado State.
Yeah, look, they tried every way possible to get him the ball.
Yes.
In terms of alignment variation. They get animated with wide, flexed, wide receiver routes, and you're right. He will get after second level defenders as far as linebackers and tight end where linebackers are going to make for the lineup over. He will stay after your rear end. No question.
Trey McBride won the Mackey Award and was unanimous first-team All-American. Trey McBride. Huh. Knew he was good.
We've now had 13 wide receivers selected, which is already the record for the most in the first 2 rounds in the common draft era.
Yakov. Mark, what do you enjoy more? Seeing a guy head up to a podium or watching him on the living room couch get the phone call? I like the home setting. I like the home setting, the family, the girlfriend, the buddies. Yes, I like the home setting, the feel of him being at home surrounded by everybody that loves him. That's what I like.
During his career, that's it. So he was after falling despite a team that didn't win many games during his career. Colorado State loved Trey McBride.
All right, let's see. There could be several other tight ends that we will hear called tonight. For the Cowboys, has made their selection. Here comes the commissioner with the pick.
This is so much better than last night with the picks just getting ripped off. I love when Goodell tells them to boo louder. Love it. It's funny.
2022 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Sam Williams, defensive end, Ole Miss.
Cowboys take a defensive end / linebacker out of Ole Miss, Sam Williams.
4.46 at the combine, had 12.5 sacks last year. He did, and one thing, he was the only defensive end that gave Charles Cross a run for his money. He had a sack catch. Charles Cross got after Charles. They battled him as well, but Sam Williams off the edge. You're talking about a guy, one-trick pony. He can get after the quarterback. He's got that ability, not run stickly, on the ground some, but play the run that well. So if you need a situational pass rusher with that natural ability off the edge, has the speed to beat that.
Getting after Bo Nix.
Around the corner, he can do that. Think about 7 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, and a couple sacks against Tennessee. And a big game, as I said, against Mississippi State in the 8th bowl. And a couple sacks there. One against Charles Cross. First off the edge, he's got to improve. He's going to be on the field. He's got to improve against the run, but his pass rush skills, I thought would put him more in the 3rd, 4th round than the 2nd round.
He is now a Dallas Cowboy. They're celebrating getting their man. The Buccaneers have traded up. They'll be making the next selection as we continue in a moment. The 2nd round of the draft on ESPN.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received the vaccine.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
How are we all doing tonight? We good? We are at pick 57, so we're about 25 picks in to the 2nd round. We're going to make it through the 3rd round, and then on Saturday we'll be here with draft, Maryland spring game, Minnesota spring game.
What if you were a trendy apparel company facing an avalanche of demand? To ensure more customers can buy more Sugar-like jackets, you call IBM to automate your IT infrastructure with AI. Now your systems monitor themselves. What used to take hours takes minutes. And you have an e-commerce platform designed.
Oh man, Kirby's Pfizer. Mark, what's the conference count now for picks taken in the draft? I stopped after 47, so let me catch up between 47 and 57. Let's see. So okay. Then it went Penn State. So Big 10, SEC, Big 12.
Good to be back. That is one foul ball. Let's do this.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. DirecTV Stream. Now get $30 off over 3 months.
One app, one tap, so stack. A whole lot of everything. Now that's facts.
All right. I think this is accurate. I think this is through picks 56.
Vegas here at the 2nd round of the NFL draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers have traded up into a spot here. They'll be making their selection. I'll catch you up and make sure you're aware. In a few moments, we're going to be sending you to Game 6 of the series between the Grizzlies and Timberwolves. And our coverage of the draft will be moving over to ESPN 2. That's in just a few moments. But again, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are set to make a selection here after having traded up into the spot. They have the special guest to make the selection.
Oh, let's not make a selection while I'm still trying to get my selections here. Shoot. Okay. There's the count right there. SEC 20, Big 12, Big 10 14, Pac-12 5, ACC 5, American Conference 4, FCS 3, Big 12 3, MAC 1, Mountain West 1, and then the MAC gets number 2.
We'll continue through round 2 and round 3 on ESPN2 in a moment. Those of you on ESPN are headed to the NBA. Memphis and Minnesota, Game 6.
Why is this is only through pick? I got to refresh this page. That's the problem.
Welcome everyone to Minneapolis. There's only one first
Oh, maybe not.
series remaining.
Okay.
The
All right, we're watching the NBA playoffs. I am not changing the channel. That's all there is to it. We are watching the NBA playoffs. No, sir. Mr. B. Weinman, Northern Iowa is not in the MAC.
Against a team with the second best record in the NBA. Look at the brackets. Last night, 3 road teams wrapped up their series of 6 games. So only one chance for
Oh, the Laramie Tunsil incident. What a debacle, huh? All right. Let's get ourselves on over to ESPN2. How's ABC doing tonight? Who's on the desk with Reese?
Well, I mean, you lose a guy to retirement.
David Pollock, okay.
Last time you saw Brady throwing the football in the playoffs, he was getting harassed all the time by Aaron.
Todd McShay, okay.
Yeah, there's one thing you can't do with Tom Brady is let pressure. Interior compression, correct. He sees it. He's ridiculous.
Yeah, Luke Gadecki was the last guy taken prior to that while we were in commercial break. And on night 2 of the draft, the picks come much quicker, and they'll come even quicker once we get to the 3rd round and a few more picks. But with the 56th pick overall, Dallas took Sam Williams, a linebacker from Ole Miss. So
Big Sam.
Sam Williams, good pass rusher, had 12.5 sacks this past year.
Big boy.
Cowboys
Really
add
good
to
pass
that. Now the Falcons about to make the 58th pick overall. Let's go to the podium.
Let's take in a little Reese and Pollock and Todd McShay here.
selection. Please welcome 1997 draft pick, Reese Football and Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year from Florida State, Warwick Dunn.
Don't like David Pollock.
With the 58th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Troy Anderson, linebacker, Montana State.
Troy Anderson, Montana State. One more for the FCS. Staying ahead of the Big 12.
Defensive player of the year, football championship subdivision level. He was also the freshman of the year once. He played quarterback early on. He's got some accolades in his background. A 2-time state champion in high school. And as a linebacker, he also was a good basketball player growing up with 2 state championships in track and field, 4 individual, 1 team state championship. A grand total of 9 in high school, so you know he's versatile. Oh, and by the way, he was also valedictorian.
We have time for that. And he was also a finalist for the William B. Campbell Trophy, known as the academic Heisman.
This guy, they had him at quarterback, basically running touchdowns for a while.
Let's watch this guy, Troy Anderson.
Eventually, have a look at it. You get highlights on both sides of the ball with this guy. He played running back at first, and then the next season he played quarterback, and he found look at right here, this quarterback. Looks like Tim Tebow. You know what I'm saying? And he's right here, yeah.
6'4", 243 pounds, hooked up and started playing linebacker, wears a 4-4-2, 3-time captain, raised on the cattle ranch. Love this kid's competitive spirit, David.
Well, I think when you see a guy like this that tackles everybody but plays at a lower level, you worry about the speed. You worry about playing with the competition. And then he goes to the combine and runs a 4-4, 4-4-2. That answers everything.
Anderson to the top of Vikings up.
To announce the Minnesota Vikings selection, please welcome 2020 Olympic gold medalist in wrestling and Minnesota Vikings fan, Gable Stevenson.
Minnesota, what's up? It's an honor to be here, to be honest. It feels like I'm living in a dream. With the 59th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Ingram Guard from LSU.
LSU.
You'll drink to that. Toast to that. Let's go. Bottoms up for Ed Ingram.
He started 34 games at LSU in his career. He was mostly a reserve on LSU's national championship team. But he is a guy voted by his defensive line teammates at the Senior Bowl as the practice player of the week, and now he is like.
Oh, we're going to commercial.
From home. But your roommate just took up percussion as a hobby.
Okay, I got to lock in on Mel. Got to go back to Mel.
Get out of here. I need Indeed. Indeed you do.
Stay with your first love.
In the run game, Foster sits his rear end down. He's hunting punt. He will stone you. He will snatch.
Yeah, Weinman. They got Justin Jefferson up there.
He will finish. He's strong. I mean, I'm sitting there going, man, there's not a whole lot. He was one of the best offensive linemen, if not the best offensive lineman down at the Senior Bowl. This is a heck of a pick. At pick 59, as far as an interior player is concerned. I think we're going to look back. If he can stay healthy, everything else does stay straight with him as far as his ability to maximize his potential. We're going to look at Ed Ingram as one of the better offensive linemen to come out of this.
Arby's commercials. That really wouldn't do it for me personally right now. I don't know. I after this, I'm going to be all shut down. There's not going to be anything open. But, man, I feel like I'd like to go get something. Nakobe Dean. What about Malik Willis? Nobody is taking a flyer on Malik Willis, taking a chance.
You guys were based on the game plan this year. I'll tell you what, I thought fundamentals, quite honestly, was the strongest part of his game. Yeah. I thought his body posture, as far as not getting out over his toes, punch timing, recovery quickness, ability to locate on the run, playing with physicality, finishing with nasty. I'm sitting there going, plus. I'm going Florida, Texas A&M, plus. And so, I mean, this will be interesting to watch, for sure.
We've had it. We should have been a first-round pick.
There we go.
There we go.
Another trade. That's been one of the themes of this draft so far. The Cincinnati Bengals, the defending AFC
Mel.
are on the clock.
Mel got to dig in there.
The draft on ESPN2.
Chinese. No. Pizza? Ooh. What time is it? It's 9. Pizza?
I need Indeed you do. And Indeed
Chinese is okay, but that's not the first thing that comes to mind. I'll eat Chinese, but I have never in my life ordered Chinese by myself. It always had to be suggested by somebody else. My daughter usually brings up the Chinese. No carbs after 9? Are you kidding me? Sebby! Sebby's here. Sebby, I know that, yes, your eating patterns and nutrition far do better than mine. I have been Taco Bell's disgusting. No, thank you. I actually found a free meal coupon for McDonald's in my car the other day because I forgot. And this was on a football Saturday. I went down to Mickey D's, and I know Mickey D's is disgusting too, but I went down to Mickey D's, and they told me to pull up, the infamous pull up and wait at a fast food place, and they never came out. I'm on the phone with my buddy, and so the time kind of passed, and I wasn't paying attention. And he's like, "You still waiting for your food?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been at McDonald's for 25 minutes sitting in the parking lot." And then I ended up walking inside, and yeah, they screwed up. They missed my order. They had the wrong order, just botched it. And so I said, I don't have time to wait for another order. They gave me some kind of a free meal. The manager wrote on a card, free meal, gave it to me.
All the top-rated brands, all run on their own single battery system.
When is the draft supposed to be over tonight? Because I would have to get to McDonald's by 11:30, and I shouldn't really go to McDonald's, but I do have one free meal there. And I just went to a McDonald's last week. I don't even know if it was that long ago. It was just a few nights ago, and I thought, this has to be the last time I go to McDonald's. Guys have to realize that I was made to have somebody else cook for me. And now that I don't, think about that, Porter. There's a linebacker from Montana State who played quarterback a lot of that time at Montana State, who the Atlanta Falcons and everybody else at this point, well, the Atlanta Falcons certainly do believe that this particular player, whatever his name is, I forget, is better than Nakobe Dean. Think about that. That guy did run a 4.2, though, from Montana State. I'm curious to go back and see some Reese Davis and David Pollock. Todd McShay. I like McShay.
I'm shocked he's not gone by now. And then you see quarterback Malik Willis from Liberty. Let's go and hear the Bengals pick now.
To announce the Cincinnati Bengals selection, please welcome 1973 draft pick and four-time Pro Bowler for the University of California, Berkeley, Isaac Curtis.
Isaac Curtis.
All right.
Who was in the chat last night talking about Ken Riley should be in the Hall of Fame? Remember Isaac Curtis? Man, he could fly. Man, look at this guy. He's like 80. He's probably 72. Cam Taylor-Britt, the second Husker off the board.
Cam Taylor-Britt played quarterback mostly, but does have some experience at safety as well. So you knew certainly the Bengals with Joe Burrow, they weren't going to stop that quarterback slide at number 60. Now the 49ers who took Trey Lance last year, they're not going to. There will be a quarterback, it doesn't look like, unless barring a trade that will go before the third round now.
Yeah, it's funny because, it's really not funny. It was interesting because we talked about that. If they're not picked early in the second round, then they may slide to the third round. It seems like that's going to be the case tonight. Now we don't see a team right now that needs a quarterback. It is based on needs. Some teams they draft based on needs. Other teams draft on next best player available. Based on needs, these guys may slide to the third round.
Yeah, we see it a lot. And I said earlier on, it could be fourth round because teams are now in the second and third round. You're trying to find starters for your team.
Yeah.
And if you value a quarterback not as a first rounder, he's not a starter.
But the Jets took Breece Hall as the first running back off the board, and he came back and had this moment.
In the newest member of the New York Jets, Iowa State running back Breece Hall. He wanted to share this special moment with you. Let's welcome Breece Hall to the NFL.
I wonder if they're going to have like this.
What are we watching? Okay, there's Breece Hall. Okay. Where's the suit? What's he going to do?
We talked about his story being under-recruited. I love the fact they wanted to come back and have this moment.
I think Reese Clemens too. I like it. Just down. Look at all this traffic. Yeah, I like it. Reese, you hate this.
Maybe it was off one suit, but I would prefer.
Want to be comfortable? Dude's going to go to New York.
This moment,
have a lot of fun.
that moment.
Great
You know,
fun.
you want to be suited and booted.
You dream. That's,
There you go,
by the way,
yeah.
no, stop with the suit and booted. You dream about that moment regardless. And I know he didn't get to have it probably when he wanted to have it, but getting out there on the stage, like,
I'm glad they gave me the opportunity to do it. And we've seen it with them.
So something happened that Breece Hall did not get to go out on the stage and shake hands with Goodell when he was drafted? Okay.
You welcome to the league proper, man.
He's going to a place that is building something right now.
Yeah.
You know, I know everyone says, well, Zach Wilson, Bears down on him, Bears telling us all the reasons. I got to get done with last night, right? The Bears been texting me for weeks about
about the Jets.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. I get back, he wants to know, what are the Jets going to do? Where are they going? I want this. They have one of the best drafts the Jets have ever had. They get the best quarterback, the best wide receiver, one of the best pass rushers. And the first thing he says is, well, we're going to find out who we have the quarterback. Last year's draft, that's a Jets mentality, and I understand it.
So optimistic.
But now you bring in Breece Hall.
Yeah,
They got a lot of good things going. Man.
Yeah, but now you have some ties to the Jets.
That is
They're in
true.
the front office.
That's true, but this is like undeniable what they've done in the draft so far.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Really good.
First round, yes.
Now the hard work starts now.
Here we go.
San Francisco 49ers 61st pick. They will make the next selection. We will go now to Laura Rutledge with Chase Young.
I'm getting stuck on ABC here. They're reeling me in here. I got to get back to Mel, though.
Darren Mathis out of Alabama. What's your assessment of his play?
You know, Mathis, I've seen him, you know, in the playoffs, and he holds the run real well. Moeller, big guy, he coming to attack him. So I'm definitely excited. You know, obviously Washington, we have a history of drafting interior Alabama guys. So, you know, I'm excited for another big boy to come.
Talker to Rex says that Five Guys, thumbs up, BurgerFi, yeah, nice and clean. Brooks Burgers, have no idea what that is, are the only options. Oh, screwed up my channels here. Got too excited reading about the burger options there.
You know, they were cooking our ones at juniors and seniors freshman year, so I already knew what time it was when it got to this point. You know, and Jameson Williams, that came from Alabama, he was at Old State as well. So just see all three of those guys, you know, get to this point. It's amazing.
Yeah, receiver factory, but also
Don't know Weinman.
No doubt about that. Be good to see Chase getting after the quarterback coming out of Niners pick.
To announce the San Francisco 49ers selection, please welcome 2015 draft pick, defensive end from the University of Oregon, Eric Armstead.
San Fran.
With the 61st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Drake Jackson, linebacker, USC.
Drake Jackson.
And welcome to the draft, 49ers. It's their first pick at number 61 here. Have a look at the big guy out of Southern California. Born in 2001, just celebrated his birthday just a couple of weeks ago.
Born into the family.
Yeah, dad put USC outside linebacker 265 on his birth certificate. It's pretty close. Second team All Pac-12 this past season. This guy is really athletic. Do a backflip at 275 pounds. And there's the reaction for
There you go, Tim. Another Trojan. Add to that all-time list. Number one all-time. SC. Yes. Tim knows. Number one all-time.
That's what you want to see. And listen, this looks like a San Francisco 49er. Yeah, exactly right. With Jackson, he might be getting the best player raw pass rush that he's got. Just raw in terms of his tools, his potential. The 4-inch arms, the speed off the edge that he brings. He had outstanding results in the combine at the combine in the first 36.5 inches, 10-7 run. You watch him, you just don't have the pass rusher. He's outstanding. He can continue to get better and better, especially versus the run.
Yakov. Yeah, we need to shop Amazon due to the stock falling. Yeah. Poor Jeff Bezos lost $12 billion on paper today. Yeah, somebody else lost a few dollars today. Not 12 billion, not 12 million, not 1,200, but something. Well, maybe 1,200. Tim with a scouting report on Drake Jackson. Happy for number 99. They ruined that kid. They had him playing all over. Should have kept his weight and get after the quarterback. Okay.
Chipotle's all-new pollo asada starts with fresh grilled chicken, hand-cut cilantro, finished with fresh lime, guajillo peppers, and garlic. All to make our new pollo asada bright, flavorful, and uniquely Chipotle.
Can you imagine losing $12 billion in a day and being just fine? It's crazy.
People need to read it. I can't read it. It's because you're like 4.
I'm sure everybody's taking commercials at the same time. Oh, what am I doing? That's right, ESPN 2. Yes, bring the coffee in, except I hate coffee, so I'd refuse it. Don't drink coffee. Hate it. Hate it with a passion. Don't touch coffee. No. No. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me get right back to you. Hang on just a second. I want to make sure I don't screw this up. I want to get this right. Hang on. Because I now know how to pronounce, but I'm going to have to look it up because I don't remember, and I'm not going to remember. Just that's how it's going to be. Hang on. Got a lot of good responses tonight. People are getting back to me on their favorite team. Thank you so much for that. So if you have yet to contact me on your favorite team, MarkRogersTV@gmail.com, let me know who you root for. Where is it? Okay, here we go. I got it. Ayako. Welcome. Ayako, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining us for our draft party, and good morning to you. So it's got to be tomorrow morning. It is Saturday morning, correct? Yes, it's Saturday morning out going all the way west. Yes, that part of the world. Ayako, yes, it's great to have you.
He is a very dangerous man.
Real cases that will leave you asking, who do you believe? Series premiere Tuesday on ABC.
The NFL draft is now open.
X-Dog or K-Dog, I apologize. You're telling me that you sent me an email about a Google form for people to choose their favorite team, but you never responded, Mark. Yeah, I believe I saw that, but this seemed to be easier. Just have people send me an email.
We welcome you back to Las Vegas, where we are getting set to wrap up.
Rob roots for the 1984 BYU team. Rob, I've got somebody in mind that you really need to maybe hang out with. I got a future friend for you. I definitely do. Okay, who's selecting here? Who are these guys? Is it time to bring out the C-list celebrities? Are we there yet? Hopefully not.
Hey, look, check this out. There's only one football team in New York State, and that's the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, we got real players here. Stevie Johnson, okay. Really good player. Okay.
James Cook from Georgia.
Oh, Georgia player came off the board, but not Nakobe Dean. I think the SEC is pulling away now. Really pulling away. I think we just got another who's your team email in. Thank you.
He can be out slot, he can be wide. The versatility of James Cook is what really impresses you. You think about the Orange Bowl against Michigan, he had 112 receiving yards. He had a 53-yard catch, a 39-yard catch. The explosiveness was pretty obvious. The quick feet, you see that. The ability to go the distance at any point, anytime he touches the football. Effective hesitation step. He strings together multiple cuts. Hands and route running, to me, were very, very good. As I talked about the power base that he has. He's a good football player. They have Devin Singletary. You thought they'd go with a Breece Hall or a Kenneth Walker III. Now you get another accent piece to work in with Devin Singletary. Help out Josh Allen and stuff up those Bills offense. But
Okay, James Cook.
Big playability, and that receiving ability in the slot and it wide was very underrated in James Cook's game.
Yeah, he's a complimentary piece.
I'm outside puffing.
They needed to do. They
All right.
Who had breakaway type of ability. And James Cook had that. Look, I mean, he had, I think it was like over something like 10 or 20 runs of 10 plus yards, 40 runs of 10 plus
Porter's
yards.
happy.
Great wide receiver. He's a perfect complementary piece of what they already have in the roster.
Okay, and so here we go. The Broncos are set to make the final pick with round number 2 of the 2022 draft. And Elvis Dumerville is going to do the honors.
Elvis Dumerville. School? Anybody? Elvis Dumerville? Louisville.
2002 NFL draft, the Broncos select Nick Benito, linebacker.
Nick Benito, Oklahoma. Yes, when people were asking about Oklahoma a couple hours ago, I said, yeah, Nick Benito would probably go first. Let's watch him.
Offensive tackle. The first thing you have to stop as a tackle is the speed when he is bringing it. Got to get a little bit better from a strength standpoint, but the explosiveness is there. I like the pick and how he fits for their grade.
And they needed it. He led college football in pressure rate last season. The Broncos were last in the NFL in pass rush win rate last year. And so we will see again. It's a Broncos team that added Russell Wilson. We've now reached the end of round number 2. We have still only have one quarterback selected. Round 3 should be interesting to see if Malik Willis or any of the other quarterbacks hear their names called. But we have a special moment that we're going to take you to the stage.
In my short look at ABC,
Alec Roach, take it away.
it seems like that they were a little short on research. They were kind of shooting from the hip, just saying, yeah, this dude looks fast and he's coming around the edge. And it seems like the boys at ESPN are locked in, buttoned up, prepped.
Serving and those who have served to please stand and be recognized. Thank you to our service members here in the
I don't know, Colby. I tell you. Cheryl, who else should we be saluting right now in the chat? Thank you for your service. Let's check out the current draft tracker. See where we are. I stopped counting at pick 57. Where are we now? Okay, I stopped at 57. Okay. Why is this only updated through 59? We're up to pick 65. What's wrong with Yahoo? Yahoo's 6 picks behind. Let's see about Pro Football Focus. Do they got their act together? Do they know what's going on?
You know what? Yes and no. Yes, because the athletic traits are something that a lot of scouts and personnel people get enamored with, and then they feel as long as you go to the right place, we can coach the rest of it out. And as long as you're willing to commit to the process, commit to the grind, we can surround you with talent, then we can get it out of you. Somewhere, people are not believing that because the athletic traits, they haven't changed, right? I mean, as we're sitting here at the draft, that hasn't changed. So something is causing people to push the pause button and or have value, rather look at him from a value perspective much differently than everyone who talks about it. Because, look, the draft speaks for itself. This isn't just one team. All teams are letting him slide down for some reason.
Every team is letting the Kobe team go. That's the thing. It only takes one team.
Well, I'm very surprised because this is a league that puts a premium on their position. They'll try and try again until they get it right. And the fact that these guys are on the board, they're projects, but nobody even wants to work with them. That's very surprising.
Okay, we will continue with that conversation.
So,
Let's get round 3 underway.
Troy Anderson to another FCS.
Jacksonville is ready to make a pick, and here's their all-time great, Tony Baselli.
SEC Big Ten.
All right, with the 65th pick in the
Pac-12.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Luke Fortner, center, University of Kentucky.
Ooh, Kentucky.
Mel, that's our third center. This young
Georgia, Oklahoma. So that's SEC Big 12. SEC Big 12. Then we got Luke Fortner. If my count's correct, SEC 23, Big 10 15. Pac-12 6. So there's the SEC, then there's a pretty good drop, Big 10, then there's a really good drop. Think of that too, not just the SEC, then the Big 10, but the Big 10 at 15, and then the Pac-12 with 6. And none for the Falcons. The Falcons just couldn't find an SEC player, K-Dog, that they really liked. They just couldn't find one. The ACC is at 5. I'm going to try to keep up now.
The Minnesota Vikings select Brian Asamoah, linebacker,
Oklahoma. The Big 12 has now caught the American Conference and the ACC. Big 12. Woo! Sour YT, we don't know. There's got to be something going on. I don't know. Louis Riddick was just trying to explain it, and he really couldn't.
Absolutely fly. As you can see right here on the tape. And that's, as we know, in the NFL, where teams are playing 60-70% of the snaps and subs, that's where he's going to make it.
Porter, that's the second Sooner. Nick Benito about 4 picks ago. Brian Asamoah.
Say, all right, if we don't think he's a first rounder, we'll wait until the 4th, and if someone's still available, great. And that's exactly what's happening here. It doesn't mean Malik Willis isn't one of the best 40, 50 players in this draft. And it doesn't mean Malik Willis can't be a star in the league. The same for Desmond Ritter and for Sam Howell and for Matt Corral. But what it means is teams view this as we've got to get players that are going to come in right away and start for us, or else we're not going to have the roster that we need to have. So it's kind of a numbers game to a certain extent.
But the other thing with the quarterbacks, we look a little history. The 2000, one of those drafts in which you didn't have a quarterback taken, other than more than one quarterback taken in the first 2 rounds. That was the Tom Brady draft. 3rd round, this is where Russell Wilson was drafted when he came out of Wisconsin, led his team to a Super Bowl victory. I know Nick Foles hasn't been a consistent starter in the league, but he was drafted in the 3rd round. He too won a Super Bowl. So it's not as if guys like Desmond Ritter and his family, I know they're disappointed right now, but at this point, it would be more about landing in the right spot as opposed to speed drafting inside the bump.
I mean, if I'm part of this support group, that's what I'm telling them right now. I say, we want to make sure you get to the right spot because that's going to make sure you have some sort of success. The level of success is going to be determined by going to the right spot, not by going in the 1st or 2nd round. So at this point, you look at these guys, they're sitting there with their families, their friends, their loved ones. I don't know if you see Sam in there right
He's
now.
back in the back left. He's walking around.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, back there.
And this is the part of spirit time you can. I mean, which is very, very challenging right now.
I mean, I was a 17th pick, and it felt like 75,000 hours.
Right.
Like you just sit there for so you feel horrible. We're in their living rooms. I mean, you feel bad for them, but again, you're still going to get an awesome opportunity. It's just a matter of where, and it's just a matter of with who. But in the meantime, right now, there's nothing nobody can say to you because you're just sitting there and sitting there and sitting there, and you're like, wait a minute, I want to be called.
Desmond Howard was what, about the 6th pick? Something like that? 6th, 7th?
Grades of 90 or higher. One of them is Malik Willis that you talked about. The other is the linebacker from Georgia, Jacoby.
Yeah, and I knew this was going to happen, but not to this extent.
Yeah.
I was told by everyone in the league, listen, he's not going in the 1st round, but I just like him so much as a football player that I kept him in 19 overall. 3 years from now, we'll come back to the table and we'll have a conversation. See what happens. Right? So 3 years from now, write it down. I was told by everybody, no, he's not going to go in the 1st round. You know what I did? Put him in my top 20. Put him in my top 20. And you believe in a player. You got to believe in him. And we'll see what happens.
McShay is calling out the GMs right now on Nakobe Dean. He's calling them out. Oh, ESPN's in commercial. Let's listen to McShay.
D-line help to start this thing off. You liked it a lot. You were over here really hyped up. What do you think?
Yeah, as a former defensive end, I definitely always want to make sure that defense is solid. And offense sells tickets, defense wins championships. And so,
It was the suit, K-Dog. Got to look good. Got to look better than that. Jerry, what about Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray?
Very special. We got a couple more pieces to put in there, but with Levante David and Devin White at linebacker, we look very, very solid with our pick this in the 1st pick.
Yeah, listen, your buddy over here at the Miz, he just said earlier that the Cleveland Browns are going to win the Super Bowl. Why are you so confident?
There's no doubt that has a very solid team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But when you look at a full-fledged team ready to go to the Super Bowl, look no further than the Cleveland Browns. We have it all. Weapons upon weapons.
Who are we listening to right now?
Icing on the cake. This draft is icing on the cake for what we already have. These are back.
Please hit the like button, folks.
Maybe they can go into the echelon of starting. But we're ready. We're primed.
Cleveland, stand up. And Buccaneers, too.
Yeah, and sit down.
Now, sit down. When did you get drafted, Titus? Did you even get drafted?
He's been sitting. Hey, you didn't play football. Hey, you were great.
All right, we're going to leave it there.
We've been hearing for 5 years now from the Miz in the WWE locker room that.
Oh, these are like wrestlers? Is this what this is?
This is the year. Put your bets on. We're in Vegas, baby. Put your bets on Cleveland.
Oh, that's a real fan right there. This is our year every year.
I'm not ride that hard for him, you know what I mean? I just really admire Laura in that situation, channeling her mean Gene Okerlund there, Gordon Soley. Handling
Gordon Soley reference. Did you hear that?
This recent selection, Brian Asamoah, the linebacker from Oklahoma, was selected by the
Minnesota Vikings, 66th overall pick in the 3rd round, and then Joshua Ezeudu, the guard from North Carolina, noted for run blocking, goes to the New York Giants as they continue shoring up.
Erica, usually there's a kicker to 2 or 3 that get drafted every draft. Usually 1 to 2 to 3, something in that range.
And his love for the Cleveland Browns. Okay, now we'll hear it again. We're back to hear it again because the Browns are about to make
Kentucky ain't no good. What are you? You're 10-win good. Got to correct that attitude to real MVP. You're not Kentucky 10 years ago. You're not your dad's Kentucky. Deerfield Knoll. Appreciate it. Okay, here's this dude.
Cleveland Browns are picking for the future, and the future is right now with the 68th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. The 2023 Super Bowl winning Cleveland Browns select Martin Emerson, defensive back,
Mississippi State DB.
Let's go!
Wow. Well, nobody beats the Miz, I guess. Martin M.J. Emerson is selected out of Stark Vegas.
Sebastian Janikowski, first round. Also, was it Russell Ertzleben, first round? Yes, that was some dude called The Miz, Colby. Don't know who that was, but it was The Miz.
This guy is long and he's physical, but again, in space, you're going to have trouble with him. So they've got to play a press, they've got to play a closer line of scrimmage, but he will support the run. The Martin M.J. Emerson going from Mississippi State to Cleveland. 68th overall pick. That brings us to the Tennessee Titans now.
We now present to you the time of the night when Erica will let everyone know gently, 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 gently. Just hit the like button. Tennessee time. Actor James Rode Rodriguez.
That's right. I didn't even watch yesterday. Did I miss anything? Good. With the 69th pick, hello, in the 2022 NFL Draft, our Tennessee Titans select Nicholas Petit.
Oh, Buckeye.
Tackle, Ohio State. Welcome.
Third Buckeye off the board.
Guy put on a lot of weight at Ohio State so that he could play on the offensive line and had a splendid career in Columbus now.
Yeah, Nicholas Petit-Frere has a lot of interest off the field, a big smile and tons of charisma. Kind of like his favorite player growing up in Tampa, Tim Tebow. A quarterback's best friend is a great old liner.
High school nickname, the law firm, because my last name is really long. So Petit Fair, law firm, just kind of work like that. That's signature.
Okay. ABC is basically the Fluff Network. This is what I've determined. They are the Fluff Network. If you want the nuts and bolts football, you want the film breakdown, you got to stay with Mel and the boys.
Jacksonville is next, and they are looking for their solution.
With the 70th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Larry says, I always hit the like button and you still never respond to my comments, but that's all right, Mark. What comments, Larry? I haven't seen any of your comments. I probably read about 1,000 comments tonight. I don't see any by you. Larry, I would love to respond to your comments. Would love to. Okay, there we go. Larry, I almost missed the kickers. That would be 14 youths from the 19 team in the NFL with possibly 3 more going to this draft. It's kind of right, Roger Dodger. Yes, another linebacker from Wyoming. Wow.
He's going to make a lot of plays for you. So I like the pick here. I think it represents good value.
There's got to be something going on with Nakobe Dean. At this point, I didn't think so for the first 35 to 40 picks. Now we're at 74, and we've seen if we would not have seen other linebackers come off the board, but we've seen linebackers from Wyoming and Montana State. They are better players than Nakobe Dean. They have more talent and upside, and they're better players right now.
That's what's lacking. Also, some durability concerns. He was out there playing through all of the so-called minor little injuries. But you look at the quarterbacks still on the board. All of them are still there. Just the one taken so far. And then Abe Lucas.
That's a lot of library finds.
The left tackle's going to go. The right tackle's dropped. Look at Pete Ferrer. He's going to be a right tackle, not a left tackle. He tries. Abe Lucas strictly a right tackle. Didn't allow a sack this year at Washington State. Yet he's still on the board. So the left tackle's come off quickly. Right tackles, even the guards, even Joshua Zuby.
I lost track of the conference count again.
Those are the guys, the value that they provide in terms of versatility. When you're locked into one spot, you tend to drop just a bit.
And those are Mel's best available, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
And, you know, when you look at Mel's best available, I'm just surprised that the Kobe Dean is on the board. Because we talk about traits over production. There was no more productive linebacker.
Yeah, Rob J. That's a good point about Ajabo. That's a pretty serious injury, but not. It's not a. Was an ankle, right?
It's not always about the size, the height, and the measure. You got to judge the size of the fight in the dog, and that dog got a lot of fighting degrees. Yeah, look, pound for pound, he's as tough as they come. Yes, really, of all the players on their defense, look, 17 showed up. I mean, he just showed up all the time. Yes, all the time. Downhill, upward for his side. With one of the best blitzers on their defense for his side. Sideline to sideline player, extremely smart, extremely instinctive, no false steps. He's getting to the spot, beating blockers to the spot over and over again. Can make plays in the passing game, return for pick sixes. I believe it was the Florida game. Beautiful. He can do all of it. But in the NFL, people love traits. Maybe there's something we don't know about. I don't know. But people love traits in the NFL, and he doesn't necessarily have the ideal.
He was the unquestioned leader of that Florida team. They won the national championship. The Chicago
This is weird. Did you hear Louis Riddick just rave about Nakobe Dean? Not that we needed him to. Felix Jones, Tennessee. Another first Tennessee player, correct? Yes. Who went, yes, USC guy.
Yeah, one of the best return men in the country. You look at the skill set that he brings to the table. That's where it's at.
Thanks, George.
More consistency would be needed. A tough guy, certainly can make plays in the passing game, catching the football. Great punt returner.
Man, I would love to eat something right now. It's almost 10 o'clock now. What do we have? We've got to get through the third round. That's 96 picks. Maybe a little late night bacon and eggs.
coach. Return skills are getting that real special teams right away. And I think what he showed in terms of developing what
Donatos. We don't have any Donatos.
He's got the speed, the vertical stretch speed that you want. And the Bears need receiver.
Larry, maybe he's friends with Kaepernick.
27 in the NFL. Seattle is next. Could we see a quarterback? We'll find out next.
Does daily stress leave you feeling out of sync?
Ammonia Wilder. Of course, we would like to watch the games, but this is the draft. This is only once a year. This is good stuff.
A restorative shower for body and mind.
It feels like we're in a time loop because we got white hot ranch nacho fries over there. Yeah. Same day, different day.
Okay, everybody, we're on pick number 72. Everybody, listen up. We're on pick number 72. Leave it in the chat. What pick is Nakobe Dean going to go?
We offer curbside pickup or get what you need delivered today.
We're at pick number 72. Nakobe Dean is going to go with pick number in the chat.
Multi-matic shocks, rugged 33-inch tires, and front and rear electronic locking differentials. Dude, this is awesome. But we should
79, 87. 77, 74, which is going to take us to, okay, well, it's coming up. Oh, Ferris and Gill, and Porter say soon. K-Dog 74 to Atlanta. K-Dog, for you, we hope you're right. Would love to see you get Nakobe Dean. That would make your night, your weekend, I know. B. Weinman says, not today, Kobe. Did I just call him Kobe? I did. Nakobe. Probably gets some Kobe's from time to time, doesn't he? Look who showed up.
And this is the basic Main Street.
A dog named Brutus.
And that's a 2022 Nissan Altima with class exclusive.
That is the best guess. Erica just trumped everybody by making the best guess. And that's really, I have no clue. Nobody has a clue. Because if I would have asked that question at the beginning of last night in the first round, everybody would have been like 21, 19, 31, 14. Lyle Collins. What was the deal with him, Rob? Was that drugs? Lyle Collins, LSU? Man, how long ago was that? About 10 years? What do we have here? Roger Dodger. Mark, you are so wrong about Clay Helton and his head coaching skills. 24 out of 100 ability. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Please explain. All right. What should the winner get? The winner who's closest to the Nakobe Dean pick number. How did that just happen? There we go. John, thank you so much. It's been fun the last 2 nights. The only thing I would like right now would be food, and if I could just lay down. If I could lay down and I would just lay down and talk. I'd lay on the couch and talk. I could do that.
The Seattle Seahawks select Abraham Lucas, tackle, Washington State.
Pac-12.
Mel, you just mentioned it. He doesn't have far to go. He's from Everett, Washington.
Okay.
He's a 4-year starter.
But John, thank you so much for the contribution. That is so much appreciated. Appreciate that, John. Yeah, watch party. One of the lines of the night from Colby.
I'll tell you, look at it. Allows defenders to get to his pads at times, but overall, he has the ability as a pass blocker, the lateral agility to secure the edge, sound technician. He recognizes stunts, shadow move, and pass protection. This is an offensive line now. Charles Cross, left tackle, and Abraham Lucas at right tackle. There's a lot to like about his game.
No question. He went up against some very, very good pass rushers out there in Pac-12. He went up against Kayvon Thibodeau. We saw that. He goes up against Drake Jackson when they play USC. Drake Jackson is getting nothing on his side. He switched sides. He said, I'm not rushing over this guy anymore. Let me go over here and pick on their left tackle, and he gets a spin sack in the end zone. Hayes Lucas needs to clean up his hand use, make sure he's firing and punching on time, clean up his pass set. He has the athleticism to run block. These are two good bookend tackles they prep.
The Indianapolis Colts are next again.
What is that?
Give a unique presentation.
Okay, we've got a little,
See how this plays out.
yes, we got a little skit coming. Little hijinks. Okay.
With the 73rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jelani Woods, tight end, Virginia.
This guy's a really good player, Jelani Woods from Virginia.
Second off the board, and look at the size and athleticism jump off the page. He's a transfer from Oklahoma State, played 4 years there, then a fifth year with the Cavaliers as a grad student. 44 captains and 8 touchdowns in his 1 year in the ACC.
Yeah, when you talk about size, 6'7", 250 pounds, ran 4.61, so the athleticism is there. The size there. He needs to work on becoming a more physical blocker in the form of attack. He needs to work on his route running. This is a potential pick, a guy when you look at the size, the speed, the weight, everything behind it. Can you develop him into a big-time tight end? Can he pair with the tackle and block somebody? But he has the speed and athleticism to get down the middle of the field.
Think of the size they have on the perimeter now in Indianapolis. Jelani Woods at tight end. They drafted Alec Pierce. They had Michael Pittman Jr. already. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's a basketball team. These are 6'3", 6'4" guys who can run. I'm telling you, if you're Matt Ryan, you're going, man, have I upgraded my situation. I had no receivers last year. Now look what I got.
Here's Matt Ryan's former team, the Atlanta Falcons, are next up. Again, we've still not seen a quarterback since round 1.
All right.
In the 2022 NFL
I know who's praying right now. Nope.
Whoa, so it's a quarterback.
Desmond Ridder.
Not necessarily the one we expected. All right, Desmond Ridder, 1 year, threw 30 touchdowns.
Going to the Falcons.
The Bearcats made the playoff. He started
Okay.
49 games in college, won 44 of them, which is the third most in history. Hell, he never lost a home game, and he has now been drafted ahead of Malik Willis.
I thought he could end up being QB1 at times this year, and then he had the inconsistency with the accuracy. Then the Alabama game, we kind of harped on that.
Sorry, K-Dog.
He looked overwhelmed. He missed Alec Pierce on a touchdown, a slant, airmailed the throw to give him some confidence, and a touchdown early on. But he goes through his progressions pretty well. You know, he's sound. We talked about the sound mechanics of throwing the football. You know, you think about a dual threat quarterback. We talked about Malik Willis. So is Desmond Ridder. That dual threat. He can beat you with his legs as well as obviously the arm strength to make any throw you want. The leadership department, he gets tremendous praise. He'll be the first one in, the last one to leave the building. The ball placement, the accuracy, the only thing I see that needs to improve. Can a quarterback coach correct that? That's going to be the challenge because the talent, the arm strength, the mobility, the running skills, the athleticism, and the want-to is there, guys. It's up to your quarterback coach to basically fix some of those things and allow them to be more consistent, more accurate.
You know, Mel, to add on to that, I love the pocket awareness. It's one of the more underrated things for a quarterback. When the rush is around you, can you step up? Can you protect your offensive lineman and step up in the pocket? In the ball, talk about the positioning. Cannot panic, has to remain cool, calm, and collected. He showed that, yeah, you can go back and get the
And someone explained to me why Georgia needed 2 tries to beat Alabama with this much talent. Ridiculous, because Alabama's got pretty much the same kind of talent. Come on now. I get your point, but
He had some moments there where that became a serious issue for him. But if you think about it like this, if you're right now Desmond Ritter, and you're thinking, okay, I got Marcus Mariota in front of me, I'm going to be working here, with Arthur Smith. I think I would take my chances if I'm Desmond Ritter going, you know what? I think I can get my division cleared out here because this is going to be a run-centric type of offense. It's going to be a lot of play-action pass, probably a lot of open.
If you think Malik Willis is teachable, coachable, and you believe in your coaching staff and your quarterback's coach, don't you just take Malik Willis and believe that you can coach him to read defenses? Right?
But this is a guy who everybody that you ask is a football junkie. He's committed to the grind. Yes. He will commit himself, no question, and he will exhaust every resource to be as best he can be.
Let me give you a couple of notes here. This is the first time the Falcons have drafted a quarterback anywhere in the first 6 rounds since they took Matt Ryan in 2008. They've not needed to address this position for a very long time.
Larry's been all over this. He had Dean going at 80. So there you go. This is falling right in line with what Larry had. This is the pick. Mr. Pilgrim, this is the pick.
The Denver Broncos have traded the 75th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 75th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama.
They went linebacker, but Christian Harris. Ammonia. Mark, why can't Ohio State get the defensive side of the ball right at this point? It's crazy to me with the way they recruit. Okay, well, they've not recruited elite at linebacker, so keep that in mind. Also understand that the 2020 season was a really, they made the national championship game, but on the defensive side, of course, they were lousy, and they really had COVID hit them hard and injuries. And the 2019 defense was a top 5 defense in the country. The 19 defense, so they've not been up to Ohio State standards on defense in 17 and 18, 2021. So it's been 4 out of the last 5 years. But guys like Jordan Fuller and Chase Young and Jeffrey Okudah made that 19 defense, and Sean Wade playing in the slot. Tremendous. Ask that question in 1 year if Jim Knowles doesn't upgrade this defense significantly. But this was something that I was going to look at, Ammonia, was that even though Ohio State is basically recruited with Alabama and Georgia, I wanted to separate the offense from the defense and see what Ohio State's recruiting rankings have been on the defensive side. Not as good. I looked at the top, something like, what was the number? The number was something like 14 of the top 19 players Ohio State's signed in the last 3 recruiting classes have been offensive players.
Sonic, bacon on bacon, quarter-pound double cheeseburger. Okay, you got me.
Mom, thank you for all your sacrifices.
Cry.
My mom was always there. My parents have done everything they could to put me in the position I am.
It's a lot of sports every weekend. That's dedication.
Join us on Patreon.
There was never a plan B. And I made sure that I'm not going to take no as an answer.
I don't think we're going to have.
So basically, if you go to Patreon, sign up there. I get you a link. You can join us on Discord for chat like this 24/7, 365. It never stops. And then in addition to that, you get a lot of good stuff on Patreon. Currently, we're running an offer where you get to request as many schedule previews as you would like, as was requested today, Michigan State schedule preview. So I will jump on that here in the next couple days. So schedule previews on Patreon as well as Discord. And during the season, of course, my picks. And the picks from about 15 media members, some of your favorites, including Steve Dace, the Wholesome One, Tony Gerdeman, Kevin Noon, Steve Hellwagon, Corey Brada, and others.
Your happiest spring starts at Lowe's. Experience all
Probably he would be drafted. Everybody gather around and wish Garrett a happy birthday, and let's sing to him as well. I don't know that anybody can take me singing happy birthday for a second consecutive night. I sang it last night for Cheryl, but Garrett, of course we got to celebrate your birthday. So a 1, a 2, a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Garrett. Happy birthday to you.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrim. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Give us baseball. The greatest game ever. You got me feeling like
Mike, it was during Urban Meyer's tenure. His last 2 defenses were the 17 defense was below standard. The 18 defense was awful. Yeah, Goff. Did your father ever see Jim Brown play live? No, I don't believe so. He may have. It's possible. I don't believe so. I don't remember him telling me that.
We continue to work our way through this third round. The Baltimore Ravens on the clock. They took Kyle Hamilton in round 1 early, and then came back and took Tyler Linderbaum. Then took David Ojabo in the second round. The Blue Man Group are here in Las Vegas, entertaining the fans on hand. If you've never seen these guys, by the way, very entertaining, Boomer.
Yeah, they look entertaining. I always get them confused with the Jaguars.
Sort of, there's a similarity there. I see it. They're an unusual group, but they put on a fun show. At any rate, here in Las Vegas, it's been a crazy show.
When you shop Amazon, and I know you do, most of you do, please use the link that we provide. So what happens is if you spend $100 on Amazon and you don't use our link, you still spend $100 on Amazon. And Amazon gets $100. But if you use our link and you spend $100 on Amazon, guess what? We get $1 or $2 or $3 or $6 or something. It depends on the product. But you still pay $100. So why not send the voice of college football to help us grow the channel? $1 or $2 or $3 or $5. All right. Okay, UConn. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine that UConn actually had a NFL draft worthy player on that atrocious team? Man, they were bad. UConn lost to Vandy.
Early to mid-second round pick. He gets hit on the quarterback. Versus the run, he's got that powerful base, handles double teams, gets off the blocks, stacks, sheds, does a good job, moves explosive, better than you think. Again, ran that 4.92, like you said, at 6'4.5", 329 pounds. Long arm, which you love. I think he's a potential monster inside. The kid has athletic ability. I contend that he would have gone to Ohio State, Michigan. He'd have been maybe a top 10, top 15, top 20 pick. He's that talented. The production matched the talent. So again,
they lost to UMass. There you go. They lost to UMass. And if Kuiper knows what he's talking about, he said if this Travis Jones would have played at Ohio State or Michigan, he would have been a top 10 pick. Oh, man. We've had how many players from the MAC and the FCS get drafted before Nakobe Dean? Now we've got a Central Michigan offensive tackle.
Yeah, agreed. Former tight end, put on 60 pounds. Talk about a guy with a ton of upside. Moving tight end, added 60 pounds playing offensive tackle. The athleticism. We've seen it done before. Remember Joe Staley? Same situation. Tight end that moved and put on weight, and now he's a tackle. When you talk about putting an athlete in space, a guy who's big athlete can get out. You see the former tight end skill when this guy is in space. He is not afraid to be out there on an out. He can move, but just the athleticism, the screen game, the jet sweep, whatever you want him to do as an athlete out in space, he's going to have to do. And the potential is there. Still young in his career, added the weight, the ultimate upside pick at the tackle position.
Yeah, he fell a little bit because there's some concern about longevity as far as his knees are concerned. And you have to clean up his hands, got to play with a little bit better posture. But you're right. All the those are all coachable type of things. As long as he stays healthy, those are all things that good offensive line coaching is supposed to correct. And I think right here, Chris Ballard may have gotten a steal because of the fact that he fell to the third round because of some concern from a medical perspective. But left tackle was really the last crucial position that they needed to address. They needed a wide receiver. They needed a pass rusher. They got one of those in free agency with Yannick Ngakoue, and now they got a left tackle. Look, Chris Ballard is doing work for this.
Ayako is laying down some knowledge right here about the UConn schedule. They lost to Holy Cross, too. Yeah. Now Jim Mora's in town. I could probably go have lunch with Jim Mora. He's within 45 minutes here. We could do a live stream with Jim Mora. Yes, the real MVP would remember this. Yet that Central Michigan, of course, won was the Central Michigan, the Washington State game, correct? At the Sun Bowl. When they were supposed to be playing a different bowl game, they got moved and they still won their bowl game. Very impressive.
So if you're one of the millions of football fans out there rushing to search, who is this small in stature but devilishly handsome man I've never heard of? I'm going to save you some time and instead tell you to search NFL Pro Era, the first NFL virtual reality video game ever by Status Pro in the NFL and coming to VR this fall. Welcome to the future of the field. And welcome to the future of the land, Brownies. With the 78th pick in the
Who is this?
2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Alec Wright, defensive end, UAB.
Mel, in a word, he's big. He's 6'7", 270, originally from
Conference USA. I believe Conference USA is now on the board with Alec Wright.
He's a pass rusher off the edge. You mean defensive end. He can be an outside linebacker. He can move around. He's long. You mean explosive and versatile. Keeps the offensive lineman on balance. Does a good job with outside and inside moves. He may have been one of the underrated pass rushers in this draft. You really look at where he can be.
We're gonna have to fry up some bacon tonight.
He's not just a speed guy. He incorporates a little power into his rush. Not one-dimensional at all. He breaks any base plays against the run. He handles a double feet outside, inside. He did a great job. That's why he's getting all blocked, staying on his feet. Nice player. The guy that you had a couple games where you would have thought maybe even a little earlier than this, he could have come off the board. Sophomore, there's a mixed opinion on him. You thought some people in the league, but a guy when you have pass rushers who can do it from inside, outside, can be up and down as he was at UAB. This is a guy you can't teach what he brings to the table.
You're almost halfway through round 3. The Browns have made those 2 selections, and we still have quite a bit of business to take care of tonight. Come on back on ESPN 2.
Well, I don't really need dinner, Kirby's Visor. I had some beef stroganoff before, like a half hour before we came on, but that was 6:30, and I just feel like eating more. I had some bacon and toast for breakfast. I had a couple chocolate chip cookies. I had breakfast about 10, And then I had some beef stroganoff. That sounds good. I love beef stroganoff, but I picked up like a container down at the store that was I wonder if I have I don't think I have any kind of pancake mix. I don't even have white bread. I've got some wheat bread, but I'm not a big fan of wheat bread for French toast.
There's a moment when we find our stride, and tomorrow belongs to us. This is the moment it all starts. It could happen if we're given the chance to.
The real MVP is expecting a call-in show after this. Tomorrow afternoon, let's do a call-in show tomorrow afternoon. We've got Maryland, Minnesota, and the NFL draft. Got 2 spring games in the NFL draft all going on. We'll do that. How about that? And the real MVP is he's a 3-2 favorite to call first. And I think we're going to go live at noon. We've got a Big Ten game at noon. We've got the NFL draft at noon, probably, right? It's usually noon on Saturday. Let's see.
So go to the place that delivers on top brands like Eagle, Toro, and Steel. We offer curbside pickup.
Yes, at noon. And so we've got, spring games at noon and 2. So let's go live from noon to 4 with a call-in show. Okay?
Our coverage continues in front of an extremely enthusiastic crowd here.
You are looking live.
And today, as you'd expect, the weather is perfect. The fans are just enthusiastic and excited to have the draft here.
Yes, Erica. The Big Ten Network is covering Minnesota and Maryland. So I don't know which one's first. K-Dog's going to bed already? Really? All right, they're singing Sweet Caroline again. Okay, now we're on to the 79th pick in the Chargers. Austin Eckler. JT Woods from Baylor.
Obviously, not getting a lot of cheers here in their Oklahoma area. I've seen West rivals, but this is a team thinking big thoughts when they go on the defensive side.
But they've done some work in free agency, and now they're doing work in the draft. And with JT Woods in the secondary in particular, just think about it like this. J.C. Jackson they got from the Patriots in free agency is a thief. JT Woods is a thief. 6 interceptions in 2021, 9 over the past 2 seasons. A phenomenal, and I mean phenomenal athlete, 6'2", 195 pounds, 4'3", 6'40", and you see it, smooth, fluid, easy movement structure. I mean, just look at it. He's a great ball hawk, great anticipation, finishing skill. He'll hit, he'll run the alley, he'll try and light you up. Here's the problem, though. 41 missed tackles in 4 seasons, 14 last year. It's really a function of don't drop your head, see what you're hitting, because when he sees what he's hitting, he brings it down and he'll bring it down in a hurry. This guy has got great ball skills, a great athlete. Brandon Staley, who is a phenomenal defensive coach, but they've done some work as far as helping this football team. That is a great pick right there in JT Woods.
And we stay in the division with the Denver Broncos, who are ready to make their next selection here at round 3.
Broncos up at number 80.
The Denver Broncos select Greg Dulcich, tight end, UCLA.
UCLA. First UCLA Bruin off the board, right?
Got a scholarship on his 20th birthday, wound up first team all conference as a senior. And now he makes play.
We deep in the draft when we were getting YouTubers involved. Was that guy a YouTuber? Yeah. George is letting us know that Kobe Dean is giving up. See ya. I'm out.
Think about his pass catching ability, outstanding. He had 117 receiving yards against LSU, 136 receiving yards against Arizona State. We had 9 catches in that game, 42 on the year. You mentioned the 17.3-yard average. He can get you down the seam. He makes plays vertically, tracks the ball, good body control, shows one area of catchability. Now, the issue is going to be blocking. Blocking is going to be a problem initially. They move him around. He might get a sick. Is he really a tight end? No, he's a receiver. That's what Greg Dulcich will be, a receiving entity who can catch the football and bring the speed down the field.
Here come the Giants. They're next.
All right, let's keep these picks coming. They're coming. Giants.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Terrell Flott, defensive back, LSU.
There you go, Boog. Another one of your LSU Tigers headed this time to the Big Apple.
Without a doubt, you talk about somebody that supreme upside, supreme athleticism at the corner position. DBU hasn't been the same in a while. We saw Stingley Jr. go at number 3 overall. But this young man has ideal size, can turn and run from a man-to-man coverage standpoint. He can mirror, he can play inside of the slot or outside, an extremely versatile player at this position.
Yeah, I mean, he's primarily a slot guy. He played over 350 snaps in the slot last year. He's a little bit slightly built, but that does not detract from the fact that he will play.
That was a nice play.
At the point of attack, whether it's like that, punching balls out, or really giving his all when he plays inside in the star position, trying to support the run. Very good zone coverage defender, as you see right here. He understands playing things top down, playing things deep and short, what they call 2-to-1 reads in zone coverage. He has all that. He's just only 175 pounds. That's the issue. But competitiveness pound for pound, you match him up with anyone.
The Atlanta Falcons selected quarterback Desmond Ritter earlier in this round, and they're ready to make their next selection as we see the pick coming out towards the center of the stage now. Here's Atlanta. Ready to look.
With the 82nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Deangelo Malone, linebacker, Western Kentucky.
It just continues, doesn't it? It just continues. There's another linebacker from Western Kentucky. Oh, Deangelo Malone. By the way, this is an interesting fact here. Little interesting fun fact with Deangelo Malone. He is the Voice of College Football Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, can't make this up.
That's the attention getter with him. The ability to get after the quarterback and to keep that motor running for 60 minutes and to bring the athleticism and the closing speed to finish as a pass rusher to the table. Deangelo Malone had his moment where
I wouldn't mind to go to sleep right now. Either eat or sleep.
Here he is now in the middle of the 3rd round coming off the board again. Pass rusher is what you need.
Hang on.
All right, the Philadelphia Eagles will be choosing next. They made a huge trade yesterday. What do they have in store for us? We'll find out in just a moment. You're watching the draft on ESPN2.
You're a good agent, Todd. You failed for something, but it wasn't for nothing. Trust me. This mission, we need to stop the cold. We're going into the belly of the beast. Can you handle it? I'll see it through.
If we screw this up, there's no getting out.
Everything depends on you. You have to make it right.
Hey, they meet us at the bottom of the trail.
Oh, man.
Hey!
Open up. The redesigned Chevy Silverado with a sophisticated high-tech interior.
All right.
That's Chuck. Find new stuff. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
This offseason, get football on your NFL Game Pass.
I wish I was on a food mission. I'm trying to eat healthy, and I can't. It's so hard. So I got to make something decent. But I could have a salad. Who gets excited about a salad? Yuck. If I could invest in something, I would invest in a chef who was so good that they could make eating healthy taste good. I know it's possible, but it's like seriously hard. Oh, I do not miss Taco Bell. I am 5 minutes away from Taco Bell, and I never go there. Tim says sliced sirloin on his salad. Yeah? No. It's full of salt. No. Toxic Bell. Yeah. Ugh. Doesn't even taste good. I was at the store yesterday, and I was looking at what I typically buy, what I've been eating my whole life, and how much sugar's in it. Like I can get a full bag of chocolate assortables, Hershey's, Mr. Goodbar, Twix, Kit Kats, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, all that stuff. A bag of that and down it like that. Down it in one sitting, and usually like 2 sittings, but sometimes 1. And I looked at that. I did the math. 290 grams of sugar. I thought, I can't keep eating like that. Light blue cheese and avocado. The avocado is good for me, I know. Then you're living good. Okay. All right. Okay. Eagles. There it is. Who won our pool? Nakobe Dean, where are you? Wake him up. Wake me up. Wake him up.
He has speed and range and instincts in the play action passing game, the RPO game. He diagnoses it, no false steps whatsoever. When he arrives, all 229 pounds will be.
I want to see the play he made against Michigan when he tracked down Blake Corum.
He had 8 sacks this year. They blitz him in the A and B gaps relentlessly in Georgia, and he thumps people. He comes downhill and thumps. Look, he's out here, right there, covering out on the perimeter. He looks like a strong safety. He just needs to be protected and then let him go. Turn him loose, watch him play.
Maybe this is it. This is it right here. This is exactly the play that I was thinking about.
This is a first-round talent that they get in the 3rd round.
I believe I have Chris Watson ready here. More the number 1 trending topic on Twitter for the past hour at least has been Nakobe Dean's name because it is such a surprise that it took so long for him to be drafted. What can you tell us more?
Well, I did check around because there's been some reports out there that maybe he had too much of a medical history. Did miss a game. The team that took him, the Eagles, put high value on linebackers. But I can tell you, they thought he was the best player on the Georgia defense. And that's saying a mouthful. Other teams thought he was undersized, a little bit slow, etc., etc. But like Lewis said, Philadelphia very happy with this pick. The other teams really felt like he might have been undersized and a little too slow.
Slow? Nakobe Dean too slow?
He's also super smart. He majored in mechanical engineering, and his mother says he was winning math competitions in 6th grade. So good for Jacoby being a college player.
Well, we'll see.
Of the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's see where we are. The Steelers are ready to go. They drafted Kenny Pickett in round 1. They took the receiver George Pickens from Georgia in round 2, and here they are set to make their.
We shall see.
The Steelers always travel well.
Huh.
That is no surprise that they are getting a loud cheer here in Las Vegas as well. Here's the Steelers' third-round choice.
With the 84th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft.
Tim, I have not eaten anything with refined sugar or wheat in 2 years. That's awesome. Working out like I was in my 20s. Recovery is nothing. Yeah, I feel good, but I still need to eat a lot better. And I eat so much sugar. I got so much sugar flowing through my veins. DeMarvin Leal from Texas A&M. First Texas, no. Kenyon Green, Texas A&M. It's already been picked.
Consistency is not there. He was expected to dominate, and he did, but he showed flashes of that athleticism, put it in the free technique position, the pass rush game. He can be an impact player, Green, but you got to be more consistent.
Now, how about Leal?
Got to improve his technique a little bit. I just talked about consistency, lacking a little stronger, and I think he put it all together. There were times going into the year where he said, boy, he could end up being an early round pick. But he didn't really ever get to the point where you can say, guaranteed this guy's going to be an impactful performer up front. Backup type right now. Can he be coached to be in the rotation, to be a guy who can factor in and get plays behind the line of scrimmage and be a guy who can be active? The versatility is going to be there. There's no question.
The SEC has to have a nice lead at this point.
All right, the New England Patriots back on the clock, and they are ready here for their third-round pick.
What's up, Las Vegas? I'm announcing for the Patriots with the 85th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots select Marcus Jones, defensive back, Houston.
Okay. Another Houston player, Marcus Jones.
First team All-Southern Conference as a returner and 4 touchdowns on returns in his 2 seasons. And he transferred to Houston for the Ball Forming Award and was a consensus All-American.
Look, I said I like a lot of players in the draft, and I do, especially down here. This young man at 5'8", 174 pounds, pound for pound, you can't mess with this guy.
I'm going to have to think about some themes to the draft to possibly cut some videos on.
This kid has got technique for days, makeup speed, finishing skills.
A dog named Brutus. I was thinking the same thing. Donnie Osmond. That looked like Donnie Osmond up there.
That's exactly how you do it. He has got instincts, closing speed. He has got great punch timing as far as finishing on the football. This is a Bill Belichick type of guy. But he has bad shoulders. I just hope he can stay healthy. Because if he stays healthy, he will be Bill's next great find in the secondary here in the latter round.
That was spoken by a man in Louis Riddick who once played in the secondary for Bill Belichick. That was back in Cleveland. All right, we are moving it along.
Most passes defensed in the FBS, Marcus Jones.
It's the draft on ESPN2.
They keep playing the same tune. The what is the name of the tune that they keep playing during the bumps? It's a famous song from about the mid 80s, early 80s. What is the connection between that and Vegas? I don't know. Is Wayne Newton still alive? He should be up there next. I am almost positive that Wayne Newton is still alive. He's probably 82, be my guess. Jerry is touting the Wildcats of Kentucky with 3 of the top 65 players drafted. No, it's not Born in the USA. They're not playing Born in the USA. They're playing, oh, shoot. Listen to the bumps to break. It's a famous song, but it's like a one-hit wonder kind of song. Mid-'80s, I would guess.
At M&T Bank, we believe in the power of together. Together, we can help our local businesses grow. Together, we can.
Eric is here. No, it's not Take On Me. No, I'm talking about the song that they're playing every time they go to commercial. It's called bump music in the business. As they go to commercial, it goes. I'm not a singer, remember. They've played it. They keep playing it. I don't know why that's the theme music. But yes, that is one of the great one-hit wonder hits ever. One of my faves, Erica. Take On Me by Aha. Yes, always love that tune. All right. Blinding Lights? I'll tell you the next time it's on. The next time they go to break, it seems like they play it before they go to break. Tim, we need to do a call-in show based on strange Vegas shows you end up in after you work off your alcohol poisoning. You guys might be right. I cannot. I don't know what tune it is. I've only heard it a million times, but it's a one-hit wonder kind of. The NFL Chief Football Administrative Officer is at the podium.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis, quarterback, Liberty.
Malik Willis.
There it finally is. Who up and left? Where's Robert? Played sparingly over 2 years. Transferred to Liberty, exploded in 2 seasons. Threw for over 5,000 yards. Ran for over 1,800 yards, 74 touchdowns. Mel, this was a player, there was a moment in time we thought he might go as high as number 2, maybe number 6. And here he has to wait until
That's a great idea. What, Tim's idea?
They went 11 spots later than Russell Wilson did. Russell Wilson went 75. Malik Willis goes 86. You think about it, well, what needed to happen to go in the first round that he didn't do at Liberty? Well, maybe the Ole Miss game when the team was overmatched hurt him a little bit. Maybe it was those back-to-back games with 3 interceptions against Middle Tennessee State and Louisiana Monroe. But the bottom line is you can't teach talent, and he has it in abundance. The big-time arm, the rocket arm, the incredible running ability. You aren't going to find many quarterbacks that can throw the ball like he can to have the running skills he did. He has. He was at the 40-yard line, the Senior Bowl in the first quarter. Final play. Takes down the 5-yard line. When it looked like he had no shot. He almost got it in. Chad Muma made the saving tackle there. The kid is an athlete. He's a big-time talent. He works hard at his craft. He improved a lot from what he was at Auburn to Liberty. You say, well, he regressed this year. Well, look at the offensive line at Liberty. Okay, look around and look at the team they played at Ole Miss. He was overmatched. Those Ole Miss players were really impressed with his quickness, speed, which was very deceptive strength as well. He's got that compact frame, and he's a great kid. He's a developmental quarterback. We know that. We know he needed a year and a half.
Malik Willis. Okay. Jason is pretty sure they're playing Blinding Lights by The Weeknd. It's a modern song that probably samples the 80s song that you are thinking of. I guess. Maybe that's it. So Blinding Lights and by The Weeknd, they're the 80s. They're the original. I'm going to look that up. But you know what's going to happen? If I play that song, I'm going to get a copyright infringement if it comes on here. Let's see. Maybe I'll get my... Let's see here. Hang on.
commission.
For the Arizona Cardinals pick, I'm joined from representatives from the National Gay Football League, a great partner of the NFL, the Cardinals, and several other clubs. The Gay Football League fosters understanding, self-respect to their athletes' passion for the game of football. Joel Horton, who plays for the Arizona Arsenal, will be making the pick. Joel, all yours, baby. Thanks, Roger.
Let's see here.
With the 87th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State.
A versatile and productive, played both tackle and end in college, put up crazy numbers. About 11.5 sacks, 23.5 tackles for loss last year, playing for Brady Hope.
Look, this is a guy who says he patterns his game after J.J. Watt. Well, where did you just get drafted? In Arizona, where is J.J. Watt? And the reason why is because of this. He can play defensive tackle, he can play defensive end. Relentless motor, really good upper body strength. He just is very slippery on the inside. Good with his hands, good to shock, shed, disengage, get to the football. Real good run game instinct. On the perimeter, again, out of the 2 points, to me, he looks better than out of the 3 points. And that's at 267 pounds. See some of the stats this guy had. He had 4+ pressures in 13 to 14 games.
Jason and others, you nailed it. You're right. You got it. That's the tune. That is the tune.
One of the great players in the history of the National Football League is going to announce their pick. This is a man who needs no introduction. I would not think anywhere in the football world that maybe.
Oh, man. Emmett.
Smith will announce the selection for Dallas.
Possible GOAT.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama, baby.
South Alabama. Okay. Sun Belt.
Almost 1,500 yards and 8 touchdowns. We wondered if the Cowboys would make a move for an offensive player here, a receiver somewhere down the line, and they do so in round 3. Now,
yeah, you get a player here, Sun Belt Conference of an Offensive Player of the Year, a guy that has the ability to be a big player.
You guys nailed it.
Was each of the last 3 seasons, the way he tracks the ball, knows how to come on to a contested situation and make the grab and outpull that quarterback for the football. You see it here. You've got a lot of these in the NFL. A lot of opportunities to go up and get the football high pointed with his size and his athleticism and his hand-eye coordination. Think about Jalen Tolbert. He catches it away from his body. Now, this past season, a few too many drops, uncharacteristic drops for Jalen Tolbert this past year. Clean that up with his size and eye coordination for the most part was outstanding. You see the catch there. He can do it, guys. He can do it. Consistency, though, needs to be maintained. But the guy made a lot of big plays during his career.
Pick 89 coming up from Buffalo.
The talent for Jalen Tolbert is there.
all right, so the Cowboys have found their man. Here come the Buffalo Bills. And we've got some enthusiasm for their announcement from Kyle Brandt.
Good evening, Las Vegas. Good evening, my brothers and sisters on the NFL Network. And good evening, Western New York. I find it perfect that the Bills are drafting in this city of luck, of chance, because you all know, and I know, the only thing in this world that can stop Josh Allen is the flip of a coin. So, Mafia, mount up! And every other
This dude is fired up.
Chiefs fans, Raiders fans, Bengals fans, in my hands, I hold the most important pick of this entire round. Because this pick is the only pick who will win the Super Bowl in his rookie year. With the 89th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl 57 champion Buffalo Bills select
well done. From Baylor, and first team All Big 12 last year. As he comes into the NFL with the enthusiastic greeting from Kyle Brandt. Now,
he had a productive career field. No question about that. When you look at what he was able to do on the football field, you see that size, though. That's the thing. He led the Bears in tackles in 2021. You think about 106 stops. He had 7.5 sacks. He can fly around the field. Big 12 defensive player of the week against Oklahoma with 9 tackles and 2 sacks. 10 tackles in the Big 12 championship game against Oklahoma State. The quickness, the reactability is there. Speed of the football is there. 100-plus tackles in each of the last 2 full seasons. Now, if blockers get to his pads, he's easily engulfed. That's the issue he's got to work through. Speed, athletic ability, I think intriguing. We talk about the ability to cover, the ability to make impact plays in a variety of ways. He has that. For the way the game's played right now, Terrell Bernard has a chance to be a guy who can contribute. Special teams certainly will be a factor.
What are you guys talking about?
There, and maybe in another year or two, forces what you want to the field.
Emmett was 0-3 against Georgia.
Well, if you think it just got louder in here, it's because the Raiders are going to make their first pick of this draft here in front of their home fans in Las Vegas. But first, an announcement from the public address announcer, Alan Roach will do the honors. Alan, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, football fans, last week we lost a special member of the NFL.
Make a channel about music sampling. Well, I've got an idea for a music channel, that's for sure. The Mad Bomber. Yes, rest in peace.
To announce the Las Vegas Raiders selection, please welcome 1982 draft pick, 6-time Pro Bowler and Pro Football Hall of Famer from the University
of
California, Marcus Allen.
Marcus Allen.
Alongside Marcus,
Man.
Mr. Las Vegas.
Here he is. Somebody called for him. Who was that? Mr. Las Vegas. Wayne Newton. Heavy on the Botox, Wayne.
Wish all the mothers across the land a happy Mother's Day. And to make this selection the greatest in Las Vegas, Mr. Wayne Newton.
Uncle Rico called it. Yes. Donka Shane.
Hello, Vegas.
Hello, Vegas. Oh, man.
With the 90th pick in the 2022 NFL.
He doesn't still perform, does he? Please tell me no.
Raiders select. We'll do it together. Dylan Parham from Mississippi.
No, from Memphis.
It's Dylan Parham from Memphis. That is the center.
Wayne Newton said he was from Mississippi. He's from Memphis.
He was first team all-conference at guard last year.
Ah.
In an offense that threw the ball a lot. Now here's another offensive lineman who's moved around a good deal. Played plenty at center and some tackle. So he's got a lot of versatility as he goes to the next level.
Yeah, I thought a very underrated player. The guy that does have that versatility you talked about.
Oh, man. All right. Exactly. Oh. Rob J., you are clearly kidding, right? Wow. All right. Wayne Newton. Yes. This makes me not want to age.
Then it became Dylan Parham's game. I thought maybe mid-second round. Here we are, 90th pick overall in round 3. It's very rare you can get a guy at this point that you say definitively he has.
So if you want to keep your skin healthy, you either, go the plastic surgery Botox route, and then it goes awfully bad later. Or what can you do? You can do your best with with lemons and cucumbers and facials and keeping hydrated, right? Those are your only choices. Yeah, I am. Oh, Ferris. Absolutely. That goes without saying. Yes, believe me, Rob, I know about Wayne Newton and his friendship with Elvis. I have seen. I don't mean to say I'm a know-it-all, but if there's anything I know, it's Elvis Presley's career. Now you talk about somebody who's not aging. Tom Brady pays the price. And what is his diet? There is a Tom Brady diet. I'm sure it's online here. Like, he is completely, let's see here. Tom Brady's diet and wellness routine. The athletes, if I can click through the crap that pops up. The athletes, 8 rules to staying healthy, from a vegan 80-20 diet and sleeping at 8:30 p.m. to loading up on protein and water. Protein, water. Okay. Gets his beauty sleep. Goes to bed by 8:30 every night to ensure he gets 9 hours of sleep. Wakes up at 5:30 every day to make sure he gets all of his meals and morning exercise done before having to get into the meat of the day. Aims to get at least 9 hours of sleep a day. Gets his protein. Breakfast smoothie. Just a ton of protein. Almond butter, raw walnuts, which I eat. Cup of whey protein for good measure. Drinks a lot of water. Yes, we all know that. The National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine recommends that men should consume about 125 ounces of fluids per day, while women need around 91. He has regular tissue pliability therapy, whatever that is. Measures the resilience of muscles, which is said to help them operate more efficiently and avoid damage. Puts some food groups as completely off limits. He avoids dairy, sugar, gluten, refined carbs, caffeine, processed meats. He avoids produce like strawberries, tomatoes, and aubergines.
Better in terms of body lean, in terms of making people miss, not as upright in his running style. He's 6'1.5", 214 pounds, ran 4.48, vertical 38. So you know he's an athlete. Rushed for over 1,000 yards, average 5.5 a carry. He can make defenders miss. They reach for air because of his agility, cutback ability.
Eats 80% vegan, 20% of his meals are organic meat. His dessert comes with a bitter twist.
Big games running the football, especially late November against UFC Washington. 386 combined rushing yards and 5 touchdowns. Did a good job. So I think as a number
okay, there you go. From TB12.
Let's see what they do in round 3.
With the 92nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select
Sean Ryan, tackle from UCLA. Go Packers! Sean Ryan started all 12 games of tackle as a freshman for the Bruins, so he has been a mainstay on that offensive line since the day that he stepped foot on campus.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you what, Sean Ryan is one of those guys who doesn't have to leave physical traits, but he is just a battler. A guy who will just get after it. He will punch you, he will try and maul you, he will get after you in the running game. He's a guy who, I just think from a competitive standpoint, at 6'4", 321 pounds, a little bit shorter arms, he gets them both out of his ability. Look, I think he's one of those guys that people play with consistent passion.
It's funny that Tom Brady's in Subway commercials, and he doesn't eat any of that stuff. Sean Ryan, UCLA guard. Well, I'm going to sleep 9 hours tonight.
And now here they are to select in round 3.
With the 93rd pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Tyrion Davis-Price.
Oh, LSU.
There's another one of your guys, Booger. He ran for over 1,000 yards last year, almost 5 yards a clip and 6 touchdowns.
And LSU is 11-12 the last 2 years.
Faster than he looks, bigger than you think. Runs with a physical style. He's patient, has really good feet. I love the acceleration. When he sees hole, I hit hole, and I have the speed to take it the distance. He needs to work on the ability to break some tackles inside Lewis, but when he gets in open space, he has the speed to take it to the house.
Look, if you're going to go to San Francisco, you better play with the physical running style. You better be one of those guys who is durable, willing to take a bunch of hits and continue to run in that one-cut style that Kyle Shanahan loves. This position, he has an affection for, that being Kyle Shanahan. The number one prerequisite for him at running back is toughness. You better be tough. And I mean tough because that's the way that they expect their running backs to play, down in and down out.
We have 3 picks left here in round 3 and then 9 compensatory picks. So still quite a few selections to be made as we continue in just a moment.
America, I got you. We told Reggie Miller Wendy's will give away our amazing breakfast biscuits for $1 for every bucket he makes.
No luck.
Truth is, we're going to do it anyhow.
What a better biscuit for $1. Choose one. Choose Wendy's.
I may be close to retirement, but I'm as busy as ever.
Careful now.
Thanks. You got it. And thanks to Boya, I'm confident about my future.
All right. So we've got 2 picks, but then we've got compensatory picks. So 5 picks, 6 picks, and then Bacon. 5 picks to Bacon. That's about all I can make. Tuna fish.
Be confident to and through retirement.
Are you haunted by your cable service?
Have you noticed strange, frightening things on your monthly bill? Do you experience feelings of dread when you pass by your cable box?
If the answer is yes,
I know you're all pumped for our Monday night channel workshop. Channel update / workshop. I know that you are all just can't wait. You're pumped. Turkey bacon. Yeah. Exploring with Ben, just enjoyed his oven-baked thin crust pizza supreme. I threw on some extra pepperoni and crushed red pepper flakes. Yum. Could be good. Could be good. 10 more picks. Tuna and eggs. Like just tuna, not on bread. If you're going to be like TB12, then you get rid of the bread. He doesn't eat bread.
Sleep to great mornings. Get generic Viagra shipped discreetly to your door at Rexcentrum
You ain't with Giselle. Should I make my... Yeah, I'm not going to make my opinion known on Giselle.
You can also rely on Optimum Mobile to keep you connected throughout your move because it runs on the T-Mobile network, the leader in 5G coverage and speed.
Waffle House is the most overrated Southern thing. It's good. It's just good. It's good. Waffle House. Yeah, it's greasy, diner, good. But it's not good. It's not... But it's cheap good. Is what it is. It's...
presented by Courtyard by Marriott, the official hotel of the NFL.
Plot twist, they're going an extra round tonight. We don't need that. Waffle House bacon? Yeah. I am never disappointed at Waffle House. They always give me exactly what I'm expecting. The waffles taste exactly the same. They make really good eggs. The eggs, the scrambled eggs, are exactly the way I want them. They make them exactly the way I like them. The bacon, everything. I'm never disappointed. Panthers. Matt Corral goes. Good for you, Ferris. Try Georgia ice cream. Where do I get that, though? Harry? Georgia ice cream? I love ice cream. Whatever ice cream is on sale at Big Y down the street, that's what I go for because it's usually a name brand. It's good ice cream. It's Friendly's or Turkey Hill, one of those. Yeah, Whataburger. I've only been there one time. I have only been to Whataburger one time, and I will not tell the story that led to that encounter, that meal. Wegmans. I've heard of it.
Players love to play for him around them. Offensive players love him. Defensive players love him. They respect his tenacity and the way he plays the game. Sometimes he's too much of an aggressive quarterback, capable of defenders. I would say plays like Josh Allen, he's not physically that kind of quarterback. So protect your frame, keep improving decision making, be a little bit more accurate for the missing time.
East Coast. I'm on the East Coast.
I can rein him in, but I just love his participation on the ball after. Okay, you don't worry so much about first and second down. Because everybody can run a play action oriented RPO pass game on first and second down, where defense has to play both the run and the pass. It's the drop back game. It is the full field read.
Where are we on this deal? What's going on? How many more picks? I'm going to have to look that up.
Intercepted on the NFL level, and you can't put yourself in harm's way, especially down in the red area like he will do. He will take on anybody, and that's not going to work in the NFL. They will bust him up if he does that. But put it all together, you may have something.
Well, the Panthers are the only team in the league with fewer than 20 touchdown passes each of the last 3 years. So they needed the quarterback help. The Bengals with the second to last pick in round 3.
Oh, we still have 9 picks. And 11 more picks. Goodness gracious. The SEC has to have 1 million picks right now. I think the SEC is 1 million and the Big Ten is about 25. And everybody else has 3. Huh? What's that mean?
inside reading, get stronger to push. You got enough athleticism, got to develop into a pass rush.
Oh, Denny's. I like Denny's. Should be at 3 a.m. in the morning. Still time to make one more bad decision. Oh, man. Wyman, you were cutting on Waffle House, too. How about Bob Evans?
I think here's a guy you can pencil in a lot of different ways, inside, outside. That versatility is going to keep him on an NFL roster for a while. So the next selection here by the Colts will be the final one of round 3, but then we have 9 compensatory picks still to come.
George can close it out. I know you guys would rather have George. This poor administrative officer, she's having to take on the NFL draft now.
The Indianapolis Colts select Nick Cross, defensive back, Maryland.
Nick Cross, Maryland, goes to Indy.
Defense here, Lewis. Nick Cross started all 13 games last year, was second on the Terps in tackles. He added 3 interceptions and 2 forced fumbles.
Look, man, I'm just telling you, Indy is cleaning up right now. Okay, they are getting athlete after athlete after athlete. Nick Cross is 6 foot, just a touch over 6 foot, 212, 4.3 forward and 40. 37 verbal. Look, this is a 4-star recruit coming out of high school. And I can just tell you this. He has blitzability. He has range in the deep end. He's got ball skills. But he only began playing football as a freshman in high school at the Mathis down there in Highfield in Maryland. But he can do it all. He will come down and smack you in the run game from a quarters alignment. He can play in the short zone. He can play the deep middle of the field and range it all over the place. I'm just telling you, what he needs to do is, look, again, you see the blitzability, you see the explosiveness at the point of attack. Tie it all together. Key and diagnose. Making sure there's no false steps. Making sure your run end angles are great. Your point of attack entry in the passing game is good. Athletically, nothing he can't do. Love this pick in the 3rd round. He could be a steal.
We have 9 compensatory selections still to come.
Okay.
So a lot of business to take.
9 more picks. Wow.
We're in Vegas, and we're back in a moment out of ESPN.
9 more picks.
At East, your backyard is right in our
IHOP. You know, I used to love IHOP, but I've been so many times disappointed at IHOP.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Sky Risk. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin in 4 months.
I prefer French toast over pancakes typically. I would now rank it French toast 1, waffles 2, pancakes 3, but I do like a good pancake. I could go for some right now. That sounds pretty good, actually.
Talk to your dermatologist about Sky Risk. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Actually makes me want to text somebody real quick.
Get any size soft drink for just $1 right now at McDonald's.
Russell Wilson has a new one. It's going to be rocking. This incredible divisional playoff game. Are you kidding me? Joe Burrow, Tom Brady, quarterback to the ages.
With Volkswagen, any choice is a smart choice. New vehicles are arriving all the time.
We got 9 more picks. Are you pumped? Oh, man, are we going to do another 4 hours tomorrow? Are we? Woo!
And that's a 2022 Nissan Altima with class-exclusive intelligent around you monitor. You'll never need basic guidance again. The 2022 Nissan Altima. Anything but basic.
Yeah, Porter. Bob Evans is good. I do love Bob Evans. But there are no Bob Evans around here. It's an Ohio thing.
Visit your Volkswagen dealer today to learn more.
Oh, I got a super chat. Thank you for that. Let's see. Where'd it go? Rowdy. Rowdy came back. A Michigan team literally never allowed a point. It was like the 1902 Michigan Wolverines. Now, why did that come up? Probably to put Georgia in its place. Yes. That Michigan team would have destroyed this Georgia team. Thank you, Rowdy. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. You can also contribute if you'd like to bypass YouTube. Wink, wink. If you would like to bypass YouTube, you can contribute at Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. Search MarkRogersTV, Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. There's Barry Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. And with the 97th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Kirby Joseph, defensive back, Illinois.
Kirby Joseph, safety, Illinois.
Kirby Joseph, Pro Football Focus.
I would love to have our conference tote board. I would like to know what the count is right now. First team All Big Ten.
He sat the bench for 3 seasons. Didn't start until 2021. All special teams to that point. And then he went off. This kid is 6'1", about 203 pounds. Doesn't have great speed, but I will tell you this. He has got instincts. He has got the competitive demeanor that you want. He has got great key and diagnosis. He has a nose for the football. He has finishing toughness. He does his best work when he's playing down on the second level, coming down from high, playing on the second level. Because at the back end, he doesn't have great speed. And if he's not exactly right with his anticipation, then he will give up plays. You see it right there. That's a second level drop where he tips the ball to himself because he reads number 2 coming in behind him and plays it perfectly. This is a Dan Campbell, Aaron Glenn type of player who loves to play the game. Doesn't have great measurables, but I'll tell you what, he can play a lot of football for Detroit.
All right, the Washington Commanders are next. These picks, in case you're wondering, do count as part of round 3. These players are considered third-round draft picks here in the compensatory round. While the Washington Commanders have sent out one of their best young players.
Comes Chase Young.
Commanders fans, where we at, Commanders? Where we at? With the 98th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Brian Robinson Jr., running back, Alabama.
Brian Robinson.
He'll join his teammate Darren Mathis in Washington, and you feel good for Brian Robinson Jr. He waited his turn behind Najee Harris and behind Josh Jacobs, and when he finally got his chance, Booger, he crushed it. 1,300 yards, 14 touchdowns, and he caught 35 balls this year.
Yeah, and I just love how this guy is developed. A big physical back, projected for one-cut guy. Guys will come down here. Once he sees the hole, he'll put his foot in the ground and he'll get the hole. He's got to develop as a pass catcher out of the backfield. Physical enough to block. But overall, his running style, you're good to see it in a zone scheme, gap scheme. It does not matter. The physicality is overrated, maybe from an elusive standpoint, but he can come downhill and run the football with a lot of physicality.
Yeah, look, that's what he is. He's a big body guy that's just going to grind you out for 4 quarters. He's just not going to stop. He had a lot of plus 10-yard runs this year because of the fact that he has good vision and he doesn't mess around. It is one cut. He can't jump it out the backside. He will put his hat on you right there. And if you come up there half-stepping, you know what's going to happen to you. You're going to get embarrassed. And then everybody's going to put that laser on the film on you on Monday morning. And you're going to get laughed at. Because this is a big joker who plays with great competitive character, just like Nick Saban was.
If you just watched the game against Cincinnati in the national semifinal, you'd think he was the greatest player of all time. He barely ran for 204 yards that night.
It can have a little more wiggle, guys, than you would think. I mean, I was impressed with Brian Robinson Jr. Now, he's got a little more wiggle. He's a guy, like I say, he's bread and butter. He's power back between the tackles. A check down.
Yeah, Brian Robinson.
Now, but I think Brian Robinson Jr.'s got a shot. This kid, when he got the football as the main entity, he got the job done.
All right, the Cleveland Browns are next up to make their selection here. They took Alex Wright earlier in this round and Mark Emerson, the corner, also earlier in this round. Cleveland getting set to make its next pick as we work our way through this compensatory section of round number 3. Here's the Browns.
With the 99th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns.
Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it.
David Bell, wide receiver, Purdue.
Now the kid from Purdue, a special college career he had right from the jump. He was the Big Ten freshman of the year in 2019. A teammate of Rondell Moore.
I'll take it, Rob J. I am working toward other descriptions of my abilities, but for right now, we'll go with that. We'll go with that right now. Should I at least just count the SEC and the Big Ten? I can do that much, but I know I'm not going to stop after that. Let's see what the SEC has right now. David Bell. Man, he's good. Phenomenal. Let's see. Well, we know that the SEC had 12 in the first round. Okay, so let's go to round 2. Okay. 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
For another selection in the third round.
With the 100th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
23.
the Arizona Cardinals select Myjai Sanders, defensive end, Cincinnati.
24. A lot of Cincinnati players. 24. 25. 26. 26. 27. 28. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. Okay. SEC 32. Big Ten had 7 in the first round, right? So 32. Big Ten 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14,
very eventful first 2 days of the draft, and they have another selection to make next as we continue on ESPN2.
15. Here's my tune.
2022 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
15.
Verizon is going ultra, and now you can too. The offer you just can't miss. For a limited time, get a 5G phone on us. With no trade-in required.
16, 17, 18.
Ultra, so you can get more.
Your team is on a streak. A losing one.
Who did Arizona take?
Indeed you do. An Indeed resume gets right to work for you, so you can find that better fit fast.
Think of the times things didn't go as planned. How much time do we have?
18. Okay. SEC 32, Big Ten 18. That's through 100 picks. Let's see who's next. Maybe the Pac-12. Pac-12. One, two. You know what? I'm going to count the Pac-12 and the ACC at the same time. Pac-12. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3, 4. 4, 4. 4, 4.
This is the moment it all starts. It can happen if we're given the chance.
4, 4.
40 for a brownie batter shake and a yellow cake batter shake.
5, 4.
Blending in the brownie pieces.
5, 5.
Sonic brownie batter and yellow cake batter shake.
5, 5.
The NFL draft is now open.
But one of these players, I think, has a chance to become a great talent in the NFL.
6, 5. It's not looking too good for the Pac-12 and the ACC. 6, 5.
We are back. The New York Jets are getting set to take
6, 6. 7, 6. 7, 7. 8, 7. 8, 7.
Late in round 3, we have 4 selections for the come here amongst
7, 9, 7, 10, 7.
as we wrap up round 3 and day 2 of this year's draft. The rest of it scheduled for tomorrow. The Jets are bringing some special guests out.
10, 7. Pac-12, 10. ACC, 7. Man, this is, when you consider that the SEC has 32 and the ACC has 7.
Picking the 2022 draft, the New Jersey Jets select Jeremy Record from Ohio State.
Oh, we got a Buckeye. 19 for the Big Ten. All right, so let's count. I'm just going to do the Power 5. I'm not going to count anything else. Big 12. Well, they had none in the first round, so that's easy.
That's an interesting addition for them here in round 3.
1, 2.
Pickens gets 6'5.5", 252 pounds. Brady again, obviously options at wide receiver, led by Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. So the options for Jeremy Ruckert in the passing game are going to be limited. He had 26 catches, 11.9 average. Indiana game, he was outstanding. Ohio State, think about playing Clemson in the semifinal game 2 years ago. Did a good job there catching the football. But overall, blocking, I think he will be good, very good once he becomes more consistent with his hand placement and playing with proper leverage as a pass catcher.
Big 12, my word. 4.
He adjusts the throws off the mark. I think this kid,
5.
situations will win. He's going to get the football team. He'll contribute.
Okay, up next, this upcoming season marks the 50th anniversary of the unbeaten 72 Dolphins. Let's take a look back at the perfect season.
6, 7, 7. Oh, man. The Big 12 and the ACC with 7 each. I put some work into this, so check out my banner. Harry Zonka. There's the tote board right there. A little tough to read. I get it.
With the 102nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Channing Tindall.
Georgia. How many players? off this Georgia defense. What are we at, like 9? We're probably at 8 or 9.
This defense was one of the best of all time.
Some thought maybe he was the most talented linebacker. When you talk about a guy that comes downhill, 6'2", 230 pounds, and simply put, he goes sideline.
Hey, Nate.
Sideline. He's still got to work on his coverage skills, but as far as key guys goes, coming downhill, being shot out of a cannon, he shows up on tape to his explosive plays time and time again. Look, his principles are just stupid. Yeah, think about it. He's 6'2", 230, 4'7", 42 vertical, 10-9 cross. Okay, let's say it's 11 inch long. This guy right here, if he does make a mistake with his initial footwork as far as key and goes, he's going to make up for it because he can fly. He can absolutely fly. Take on strength. You know, some people
Thanks to Penn and Fanatic. Gotta be. I gotta make this work. Gotta do this right. We're gonna get better.
He can cover. He can play the Mike. He can play the Sam. Well, they don't play Sam basically because everybody plays some. He can play the Mike. He can play the Will. He can blitz. This kid right here, I don't understand. Look, I know people don't value all linebackers. This kid can play.
How about this? Something like 7 Georgia defensive players selected in this year's draft. That's the most defensive players from any school in the first 3 rounds of a single draft in NFL history. The Chiefs are next. Here we go.
With the 103rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Leo Chanel, linebacker, Wisconsin.
Okay. Good, really good player there.
The Big Ten's linebacker of the year as a junior at 115 tackles, despite missing the first 2 games, fell because of COVID.
He is a thumper. He's a throwback. He's a 1985 style middle linebacker with the guy that top 50 in the world in the 80s. This kid really gets after you. Fun player to watch. I mean, he's downhill all the way. But by getting into the backfield and
Why didn't that update? Stupid thing. That's not right.
standing in that area, I tell you, it gets beaten some. But I think he does. You talk about a guy who can he be on the field every down? Probably not. That's the limitation. Coverage is going to be
There it is.
First and second down, in first and second down like it used to be. So is it going to be versatile enough in the passing game, hold his own at least, to be able to
Where'd he go? Chiefs, huh? Still have 6 picks left.
Plays against the run, stuffing it. Leo Chanel is as good as it gets. Is he agile, flexible enough? I think that improved this year, which gives him a chance, but coverage is where he will struggle.
Yeah, like when you think of his measurables, right? If you run 4.53 in the 40, you got a 40 in front. I mean, he's got some testing measurables that you think, you know, this kind of thing should improve, especially on third down, which is what you're talking about. But I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. On first and second down, you will not fool him. You won't. It doesn't matter what kind of motions you run, what kind of RPOs you run. He is on it, man. This guy is on it, and he is a heavy hitter.
And for a team that struggled in the recent years stopping the run, this is the guy that they can put in there. You know,
he'll make 100 tackles.
Exactly.
Yeah. No doubt.
All right, the LA Rams are now prepared to join the party. This will be their first selection. They make a habit of trading away picks, but they are the Super Bowl champs, so it worked out just fine. Here they are to make their selection with an all-time great.
Who's house? It is such an honor to be here to help pick the first pick.
What do we talk about all the time on here? That the SEC is the best conference, and it's not that close. It's decided. Then the Big Ten's number 2, and it's not really that close that anybody's close to them. Then that's. And look at this draft.
As a kid that grew up in this town, 6 miles from here, I had the same dream that I'm about to present. But I want to tell everybody that has a dream, always remember, like this town, bet on yourself. And with that, the 104th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Logan Guard, Wisconsin.
Oh, got to update the board.
The 104, the latest of defending Super Bowl champions ever waiting for their first pick. And it's Logan Buff, the big fella from Kimberly, Wisconsin, population 7,000. 3-year starter for the Badgers now, including 10 games at right tackle last year.
Exactly. He's going to be inside. He's going to move inside to guard, right tackle. He'll be a little overmatched, but move inside to guard, run blocker. He gets good hand placement, leg drive, knocks that opponent off their mark. Capable of making some nice blocks in space. Not always consistently, but he's shown that capability. There's issues with balance at times, pass blocker, not top athleticism, but he's really sound technically. I think he's coachable. I think he's going to be an inside guy. He's going to have to move inside the guard. That's his only shot. But certainly Wisconsin, the history they have, the way they coach those guys, this is really the program say, offensive line U is Wisconsin. That's what they become. So if you get an offensive line having this Wisconsin Badger program, you know they're probably NFL ready. They coached at a hill, and this program has produced a lot of linemen that have played at the pro level.
All right, and so we have one pick left in round 3, one pick left in our night. The 49ers.
Oh, there's only one pick left. Thought we went to 109. It's 105, right? Okay. Conference or the American Conference might have more than the ACC in the Big 12. What's the American Conference? Got to check on the American Conference. I got to look at the American Conference because it might be higher than the Big 12 and the ACC. The American Conference won.
Anytime you run 4-3-3, Brady, and you have the production Danny Gray has, you're going to get some attention
2.
on day 2 of the draft. You're not getting into day 3. Almost did, even with that blistering speed. Think about the big plays, vertically, catching underneath, doing damage with the run after catch ability, hands,
3.
skills, body control, first to create sudden separation. They're there. He has that kind of ability. 2 100-plus yard receiving games, 4 for 130 against TCU, 8
4
for 140 against Tulane. Led the Mustangs in receiving yards, tied for second on the team in touchdowns. There's a lot to like about
5.
You're not teaching speed. He's
Ooh. Uh-oh.
SMU. Here we go. This guy's got
American Conference.
like I said, he's rare in terms of the ability to stretch it.
American Conference.
So we are 3 rounds into this.
6.
What would you say is your biggest takeaway from this very busy second day?
Well, I still think it's the wide receivers. There has been, and it's the overwhelming amount of receivers that have gone.
6, 7.
It's headed. It's a passing league. The quarterbacks are the most important players, but I think the receivers have creeped up to number 2, getting the ball to those guys in space. And the NFL tells us where the league is headed. Normally the quarterbacks are coveted. This year they won. Who was coveted?
8.
Receivers. That's where this NFL is headed. I'll tell you, for me, it's a little bit more focused in. But on the Indianapolis,
9.
I think this football team.
Look at our board. Check out our board. Hang on. Check out our board.
They address tight end. They get a safety in mid-cross. And they got a left tackle. Every single thing that they needed this offseason, he methodically picked up one by one. That team is to do some damage in the AFC side.
How quickly, how about you?
Running backs are still on the board, guys. They always are. Pierre Strong, Junior, South Coast State, Damian Pierce, Florida.
Let me, I'm going to update this again. Let's wipe out the number of picks.
4 more rounds coming your way tomorrow from here in Las Vegas.
Through 3 rounds. Through 3 rounds of the NFL draft. The SEC were 33. Big 10, 21. Pac-12, 10. The American Conference, 9. The ACC and the Big 12, 7. Look at that. Boston Narnia. Oh, George says there's a super chat. George is always monitoring the super chats in case I screw up, and I did. Apparently, Jordan Addison is transferring to USC. Ooh. Pat Narduzzi said about a dozen teams tried to poach him with NIL deals. I did hear that. College football is becoming a joke. Well, let's not say that because I won't have a channel. Let's not say that. Oh, I'm hearing my tune from my boy. Thanks, Uncle Rico. We will be all over it. All right, everybody. We had a great time tonight. Thanks for being here. Yes, the SEC rules. The Big Ten is second, and we will continue on through the weekend. Tomorrow, NFL draft, Maryland spring game, Minnesota spring game will be here in the afternoon starting at noon Eastern.
Western Kentucky quarterback Bailey Zappi